All good.
Okay. All right, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. It's our regular meeting. It's September 17th, 2020. Tonight, Shelly Kopp is not with us. She's on vacation. The participants, anybody who's attending tonight, if you're calling in from the phone line, and I don't see anybody that is, but if you get cut off and call in with the phone line, it's *9 to raise your hand for public comment. So with that, Catherine, please call roll. Catherine.
Sorry, I gotta unmute everybody, my mistake.
No worries.
Okay, they should be able to unmute themselves now.
Okay. Willman?
Here.
Voorhees?
I'm here.
Cope? Godes?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Steph?
Here.
Hershey?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next, agenda changes and conflicts. Does anybody have any changes that they'd like to see on this agenda? Seeing none, does anybody have any conflicts of interest tonight?
I am on youth zone, but it's only a presentation, so I believe I don't have to exclude myself.
Sounds great.
And Mr. Mayor, in the past, I've excluded myself from some of the youth zone issues because I work very close with them, but I have no direct financial interest in them. And as Ms. Stepp said, there's it's just a presentation.
Yeah, from my understanding, if it's just a presentation and there's not a direct ask, then there wouldn't be any reason for anybody to exclude themselves. So if that changes, then I think we'll just, all recognize that and just ask the folks to log off very quickly. Citizens appearing before council for items not appearing on the agenda for public comment. This time anybody can say anything about anything they want. I would just ask that you keep it to 3 minutes, keep it focused, and yeah. Robbie O'Meara. You are up. You need to unmute yourself, Robbie.
All right. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. Can't see me though?
No, but your voice sounds lovely.
Oh, okay, great. What I want to talk tonight about is the amount of money that RAFTA just received and their latest eminent domain ruling that they ruled on their consent agenda that took less than a minute to pass. And our concern is we also have trouble with RAFTA, as I'm sure a lot of you are probably aware of.
Robbie, sorry. So if you could you give your address and who's we?
Okay. Robbie O'Meara, Mark O'Meara. My address is 3214 Blake Court in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. And my phone number is 970-945-8199.
Thank you.
So what I'm wondering, because it's a very long story, but the gist of it is we're just concerned and want to know whether you're going to protect citizens that have houses and any kind of, basically the people that have the bike trail in their backyard. Are you going to protect the citizens against RAFTA using eminent domain to take properties? That's my question. And there's a whole lot of background behind that, which at some point I would really like to talk to someone about. Still there?
Yes, we are. Well, usually we don't, during public comment, we don't get into a back and forth and
Oh, okay.
engage the public. We just take the comment. And if there's something that needs to be referred to staff for further follow-up, then we'll do it at
Great.
that time. I'm sorry, I'm just,
Okay, not a problem. So where we are, RAFTA 7 years ago decided that 3/4 of our yard belongs to them. And we've gone back and forth, and the last we were actually involved with was 2 years ago. Right now, we have Stewart title and representation with Stewart title. And all claims, all of our research indicates our property is ours. We pay taxes on our entire property. The property's been the same way for 130 years. We disproved their survey due to lots of errors that they had within it. And basically, we've gotten them to back up. However, this latest $13 million grant and this latest consent agenda that they put forward, stating that they basically, the way I read it, is they can take any property that they would like. And I guess after speaking to the county commissioners, they suggested that we speak to you and ask that particular question. Are you going to protect the citizens of Glenwood Springs, the homeowners, from any kind of eminent domain by RAFTA? So I guess I'm out. My 3 minutes is up, and that's my statement for this evening.
thank you, Robbie. Carl, could you speak briefly on RAFTA's ability to implement eminent domain and maybe the corridor?
Yeah, no, as a public entity, RAFTA does enjoy certain rights to utilize eminent domain. There's a very specific statute that would govern that use and purposes for which they can do it. Off the top of my head, I apologize. I didn't tune into this latest RAFTA meeting or know exactly which item was on the agenda, so I can't speak specifically to it. I'm happy if Robbie wanted to forward me some of the information on that to at least take a look at it on behalf of the city if council wants me to. Like I said, happy to do that, to at least give council some input at the next meeting on kind of what it appears like to me from a kind of a third party look at it. I'm not, I'm anticipating we wouldn't spend a ton of time on it, but just so you could have an informed opinion on what was going on there.
I would appreciate that, Carl.
Okay.
Carl, can I just clarify? We don't really have any authority other than as one of the voting members on the RAFTA board to stop anything they have a legal authority to do.
No, not you don't, unless it involved city property. Obviously, it would be a private property right. But I get the sense that it may be something council may want to comment on in the political context, which oftentimes can be effective. Robbie, if you're still on the line, my email is kjh@mountainlawfirm.com. And if you want to forward me your contact information, we can get connected on that. And like I said, I'm happy to take a quick look at it, and I'll be able to advise the council.
And Robbie, as somebody who was at that meeting and voted to authorize the use of RAFTA's use of eminent domain, it's a very specific, I think I can say that it's a very specific one-time use for a property owner. And if you don't know that it's you, it's not you. So it has to do with 27th Street and the underpass, and it's that's probably all I can say at this time. But I don't think what we author. I know what we authorized. If you have a residential property where I think it is, doesn't impact you. So, but thank you for bringing that up, and we'll look into that. Please forward our city attorney, Carl, any questions you have. I'd be interested in hearing that as well. Anybody else from the public? Okay, going once, going twice. All right, back to City Council for, let's see, what's next? Council comments, board and commission updates. Go ahead, Councilor Hershey.
Hi, we'll be talking about HPC later, but I just wanted to thank Mayor Godis for attending the Roaring Fork School District meeting. I believe it was last night and went very late. I'm not a meeting junkie, so I try not to go to I go to as few meetings as I can. But I want to thank you, Mr. Godis, for being supportive of teachers. This is a very difficult time, and it's a national issue, and it's very controversial, but it's not as simple as just like open the schools and everyone goes back to work. Well, the people who have to go to work are our teachers, administrators, and support staff. And if they get sick or if they don't go back to work, then we're back in a situation where kids can't go to school. So I appreciated your comments last night. I won't tell you how I know about them, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. It's very nice. Steve Davis.
I'm going to take the opportunity to bring up a trivial matter, Deborah. And it's just great to have the opportunity to talk about trivial matters in 2020. But I had a interaction with a tourist today that dropped off the interstate to have lunch downtown. They stopped and found a parking place right in front of the Pullman, and they got a ticket for being in the handicap spot there. And I had to sympathize with them because the handicap sign is actually behind the car and off to the side and kind of behind a tree. And really, I'm sure that when that street was put in, there was a handicap parking sign right in front, like where you pull into a parking place and before you get out of the car, you see it out your windshield. And it seems like that's the way that should be. And it was almost like a little bait and switch tactic to hand out tickets. So they didn't appreciate it. And I think we ought to have take that up with streets maybe and see if we can put it where it's a little more visible. That's as serious as I'm going to get tonight.
I will have Steve, I'll have someone take a look at it and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Charlie.
I want to tell you all, I didn't miss you the last 2 weeks. I was floating the Salmon River. That's my trivial comment. The almost as important comment is I went downtown to get dinner between our work session and this. Notice that outside of a couple of establishments, there's now smoking urns in the downtown area. And I thought that smoking was still banned downtown. That seems to be encouraging people to smoke downtown. So again, Deborah, not a big issue, but it's have somebody look at that and maybe, excuse me, maybe have somebody talk to those shop owners and explain to them that they need to be helping us to enforce that.
Charlie, tell me again what you saw smoking.
You would find these if you're on the east side of the East Wing Street area. You will find a couple of smoking urns, you know, where they put the douse cigarette in as you walk down that street, right along the pedestrian, the Grand Avenue Bridge.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilor Stepp.
Just a quick nod to our staff for all the hard work. We've been through the first round of the complete budget, and that was we finished it up this work session this afternoon. And I just want to say that I know that took a lot of time, and thank you so much, Steve and Deborah and all the department managers and Yvette. And I know we still have another month or so, but at least to get through the first round is huge. And then the other thing I wanted to just kind of share with the public is I had a comment from a fellow citizen about political signs in public right-of-ways, and just to remind everybody, no matter what you believe in or you want to vote for, you can't place that signage in public right-of-ways or on city property, just to be aware of that. And just to share that with everybody. And thank you for going out to vote. That's important too.
All right. I have a few comments. I had a lot of feedback. I think it's probably in the last year, but it's really kind of picked up steam as groups like Voices United of the Mountains, and it's a Latino-led group. I think they've shown a lot of great leadership over the last, I think about half year since they formed. And so I've gotten some really good advocacy and feedback on what we're doing well and areas we can improve. And I would love to get some support. Carbondale did this recently where they have an interpreter, not a translator. It's different, an interpreter at their city council meetings. And I guess I would love to see what the cost might be to the city. I think, you know, with a third or more of our population being English language, either it's a second language or they just feel more comfortable with it in their native language. I think we're leaving out a lot of people. So if I'm not asking to make a decision right now if we should spend, you know, X amount of dollars on interpretation, but I would like at least staff to bring back to us here's how much it costs for the rest of this year and for 2021 to do it. And additionally, maybe even what the cost would be to even interpret our work sessions. Rick, do I have a second on that?
I would second that. I think a third of our population within Glenwood and in the surrounding area speaks a language other than English. And I think if we want to be inclusive, we need to at least provide some interpretation of what is going on in one of the most important aspects of their life, which is local government.
Yeah, and as Tony mentioned last night, yeah, I know that school board meeting that I had to give up finally at 11 o'clock. Those people put in some huge hours, and if you think face masks or we get waylaid with vaping or any hard decision we've ever made, that school board puts us such a shame with the crap they get from both sides. So I just want to give a big round of appreciation to what they have to do, what the administration is going through. It is a no-win situation. So can everybody just give me like a thumbs up if they would at least like staff to get a quote? That's all I'm asking for, is just to go out and get a couple quotes on what this might be. Okay, looks like we have at least 4 thumbs up out of 6.
We will, Ms. Mayor, we will do that. May I request that we do it starting in January, just to give us time, right? Because by the time we bring it back to you.
I thought we were just going to look at it, Mr. Mayor, not.
Yeah, I don't want to make a decision. I just would be looking for a quote, just calling a couple interpretation services and seeing what their per hour rate would be, and seeing, you know, our average meetings are 4 hours, so we can kind of anticipate what that might be. I mean, implementation we can talk about and all that, but just a per hour cost, would that be okay to get by the next meeting?
I don't want to promise anything because the meetings come really quickly, but we will try.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Let's see, what else did I have? I have brought this up several times, and I thought that we had gained consensus on this, but I wanted to, I think staff didn't, either I was misunderstood about it, or I was not clear, and that's probably it. I talked too much, but boards and commissions, we're going to have an appointment tonight, Historical Preservation Commission, and it's going to be one of the last things of the evening. And, you know, going through our boards and commissions recently, there's a number of people, not a lot, but several people, 1 or 2 on each board, that have been providing awesome volunteer hours and time and dedication to our boards and commissions. But some have been on much longer than our code allows. Our code is pretty specific when it comes to term limits for city council and for boards and commissions. Boards and commissions, they can serve 2 terms of 3 years, and then there's a term limit. Now, it does provide an opportunity for us to proactively say, you are so essential and important that this board could not function without you. And if that's the case, we do have the opportunity to appoint you for a 3rd term. And I think it's good when we do that, but it's good when we do that intentionally. We did that, if you'll remember, 4 or 5 months ago with Marco Dean with planning and zoning. And I'm open to doing that with other boards in the future. But what I have seen in my nearly 4 years on council is that people's terms expire after their 2 terms. And instead of following our code and being intentional about it, they just put an application in and we're like, well, there's really no one else that wants to apply for this board. Sure. Why not? You know, because it's a hard conversation to say to somebody, we have to follow our code, and this is not something that our code allows unless it's under extenuating circumstances. And I think the problem with that I've seen is when boards have longtime serving members, it's great because there's a lot of institutional history, but what it does is it doesn't create a vacancy and it doesn't allow new blood to come in up through the community. When we have openings for city council, not a lot of our recent history has been, not myself, not Paula, not Rick, not Steve, not Tony, have come from any of our boards or commissions. It's come from outside of that. And I think the hope is that some of our city council and other leaders will come up through those boards. And that's just not been the case. And I think part of that is there's a barrier to getting on the board because there's not the vacancy. So if somebody's interested in Parks and Rec or financial advisory, they look at they go on city's website, they look at the list and they don't see any vacancies and they're not encouraged to apply. And I think what vacancies also do is create an opportunity for that board to actually go out and recruit other people. We should be recruiting people. If you're the liaison, I've done this several times with financial advisory, transportation, airport. I've gone out and had coffee and recruited people to serve on those city boards. And I think those boards should be doing that as well. So I guess I would just like to see if folks are generally supportive of adhering to the concept of following our own code and limiting people to 2 consecutive terms. Not that they can't get off and then reapply in a couple of years and continue to serve. But if we can't at least tell people not to apply because we're following our code, I don't know what our code's necessarily good for, if not for that. So I'd love to hear people's thoughts again on this topic. Go ahead, Charlie.
You know, I generally think I support what you're saying, Jonathan. You and I have had a conversation about this as well, but I think you got to be careful when we say, well, we're going to let certain exemptions be there because we decide that's the right thing to do at the time. As I said, I just think we need to be careful with that, even though it's in the code. And so maybe the policy is it's 2 terms and has to be, as the code says, exceptional, because I think we tend to think, oh yeah, but blah, blah, blah. And we let people stay on those. I guess my other thought, what you said is, I guess I'm the only one that was out of board or commission before I got a council in this current group of people. Shelley was before she got a council too.
Sure.
Because she was on the DDA before she came back to council. But I think the critical issue maybe we ought to be looking at is this is a bigger question than what you raised, but should we be looking at how do we create the future leaders of the city? You know, a lot of organizations have a leadership succession policy and a way to recruit future leaders who will sit in these chairs that we are sitting here tonight in 4 or 8 years when we are no longer in the council. So I think it's something that we ought to be talking about in a bigger picture. So that's my comment.
Go ahead, Paul.
I agree with Jonathan. I think also it gives people a perspective of their future. I mean, if they come in for the first year or 2 of the board, even myself on city council, I learned a lot in the first year, and you know, I look to fellow councilors for a lot of insight and growth. And I think that opportunity that the leaders in each of those boards, you know, that those positions will open up, and then those people who have spent a few years then will move up into that spot. It gives a freshness to it. It gives a freshness for new people coming in. It gives a freshness for leadership. So I think following the term limits is a good idea, and just having those one-offs when they come up occasionally or in a special situation is a much better way to go about it.
Does anybody disagree with that? Go ahead, Rick.
Well, I just say my experience is when you ask people to help, they'll help. But if you don't, they don't know about it, and you know there's a gap there. So I think the idea of recruiting people who don't necessarily have that deep experience might be sort of a refreshing thing and a chance to develop future leadership for the city.
Thanks, Rick. And I would also say that when you look at I'll get to you, Tony, one second. Let me finish this one thought. I think when we look at our boards and commission, we have over 100 people serving on those boards and commissions and 2 Latinos. And I think that that is underrepresented. Go ahead, Tony. Sorry. You're muted.
I know, it's okay. I disagree. I've never been a big fan of term limits for anything. If the people want to get rid of people, they know how to vote them out. You're going to see some people on HPC later that have served, before, and they enjoy it and they do a good job. I think sometimes it's hard to get people to serve, but I mean, I don't think if you have 10 people applying and 4 have already been there, then you can it's up to council to put some new blood on it. But that's just my opinion. Thanks.
Thanks, Tony. Go ahead, Deborah.
I just want to make sure, however you guys land on this, that it's a consistent policy that we know how to follow, because we won't know who you guys think are, important enough to reappoint. So we either bring us all the applications, or do not bring us anybody who's already served 2 terms, because we cannot read your mind.
Go ahead, Steve. Steve?
Yeah, to address Deborah, I guess I would take all applications, and I think that's going to be up to council to decide. But I think it's important in that application to show how many terms they've served. Just like tonight, we've got one that's coming up, and it says clearly on there that this person has served 5 terms. I think we need to know every time on that application, and then it'll be in council's lap to make that decision.
I think one of the things I'd like to see on the application is if you are asking to serve a 3rd time, to put the code language on it and say, why do you think that you're irreplaceable basically on this committee? Please explain. And that might help us understand why this person really needs to be there for more than the code would generally prescribe.
And
I
Judge,
agree completely with that.
and I think maybe we don't want to put undue burden on Catherine either. I think if we want to relook at the application, maybe a couple of us ought to take a look at it and give her some ideas what we're looking for, and she can maybe tell us what she thinks has worked and not worked in the past. Because I know today I felt I got very little information from the applications, and it's the same application I filled out when I've applied for them. So not critical of the application form, but maybe there's something we need to, so we get more information.
And I would say, we used to, and I think Rick's the only person was on the previous council, we used to, every single applicant for every single board and commission, we would all as a body interview. It was incredibly time consuming. And now that we're not doing morning work sessions, it's very difficult to do. But I guess I would say another litmus test I would put in is anybody who's asking for that 3rd term, that we all as a body ask them to come before council and speak to us, because I want to know who is on these boards and commissions, and I want to know who is somebody that is really that person is important. We were very intentional when we added Marco Diem 6 months ago to planning and zoning. And I think that process and the way that felt was, yes, we want you to apply. Yes, you're this important to us. And yes, we're making a conscious decision versus it's just happening to us and we're just reappointing because there's nobody waiting in the wings. And that feels very passive to me.
Can I add one thing to what you're just saying?
Sure, you bet, Paul.
There are boards that, I'm thinking DDA and the tourism board, that we need to be, the tourism board has representatives of, the very intense tourism community. And so we'd have to look at that on how we address that, whether we're asking them, if you've had a representative on the board, to switch it to a different person on your staff or something like that. I mean, that's something I think we should take into mind. And I don't know how it works on the DDA, but I'm kind of thinking the same kind of thing is it's pertinent to that downtown core area and who's on there. So.
Well, I don't think it's quite the same because it's not as prescribed as from this industry or that industry. They don't say you have to have so many members who are retail, so many members who are restaurants. And I think that, Paul, we talked about it earlier, that somebody like, Steve Beckley, the Iron Mountain Hot Springs, it could be Eric Brotherson, it could be Mowgli, it could be Steve Beckley himself. I mean, there's a number of people I think who could fill that. I just don't know it would be healthy to have Eric Brotherson on for 10 years, for example. So I think preserving that, I agree with you, preserving that space is important, whether it's lodging or attractions, but maybe not the person, because again, that kind of stops the flow of ideas.
Okay, yep.
So Deborah, do you feel like you have general direction, or are there other clarifications you'd like to see?
Let me just repeat what I think I heard and get head nods from you guys. We want in the application to have a spot where we point out whether someone is already, how many terms they've served. We would like to add a question that says, you know, if you've already had 2 terms, why do you feel you should be reappointed? And then you want to interview people who have already served 2 terms if they want to be reappointed. My only question on that is then, do you want to interview everybody in that pool or just the person that wants to go over 2 terms?
That would be my suggestion, just the person who's looking to go over 2 terms.
And would
Deborah,
I was-
maybe my clarification for you, Deborah, would be if somebody is already on the board and they want to be reappointed, whether it's for a 2nd term or a 3rd term, why should you be reappointed? And if it's for a 3rd term, maybe that's what you said. It's for a 3rd term, you know, you understand there's a 2-term limit. Why do you feel like you are important enough that you ought to be reappointed for a 3rd term?
And I would include the specific language in the code that demonstrates that as well in that question.
And then Charlie, you mentioned you wanted to see the application. We can certainly do that. I mean, Catherine and I can take a look at it and ship it to you guys if you want to see it.
I just thought if we could help you wordsmith it, that might help us get the information we want. I'm happy to contribute to that. I'm not critical of what you guys have done. So.
And then just my last question is Catherine, did you get all that? I wrote it down.
I did also.
Great, I think.
Thank you for all your hard work, Catherine. It's a difficult job to manage all that stuff, so I appreciate it.
If you guys just give us head nods that you are good with that, we will do that.
Okay, I see 5 head nods. Is that your count as well, Deborah?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my comments for the evening. Any other council comments I missed? Councilor Voorhees.
Mr. Mayor and council members, Clark Kerr was the person who founded the University of California and the California State system and the community college system and divided it up into tiers. And when he left, he said, I'm leaving in the same way that I came in, fired with enthusiasm. And so tonight, I'm going to announce that my plan is to step down from the Glenwood City Springs Council within the next 30 days, or until such time that a replacement is made by members of the council. It's been a wonderful time. It's been exhilarating at times. It's been frightening at times. It's been a lot of soul has gone into, I think, a lot of the work, and I speak about everybody around this table. So we've done a lot of things together, a lot of good things together, I think, that are going to survive the test of time. We've come together and actually made some tough decisions, I think, that are going to benefit this city for generations to come. And I'm not going to go into any of those tonight. Other than to say that Alice, my spouse, who chair of the library board, and I have looked at the next 10 years coming, and we've decided that our priority is going to be our family, none of whom live here. We had a granddaughter that was born in December, and we got to see her in January before all this craziness that we've been dealing with sort of erupted. So we're going to go cross country in our truck and sleep at Walmart lots. I don't know if you guys know that you can do that if you're out on the road for free, and it's relatively safe, or so I'm told, at least by my son. But so we're going to be embarking on Monday to New Jersey. Our plans are somewhat indefinite at this time, but that's the only real reason that I'm stepping down, is simply because in our lives, we do control time. And as Dr. Seuss would say, you have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes, you can steer yourself in any direction you choose. And the direction that we chose is to be with family and to be closer. So we love Glenwood. The people who want to keep it thriving in particular, there's a lot of work ahead. And you can always phone me up for gratuitous advice at no charge. The first 5 pieces of advice will be free. After that, we'll be talking about some sort of fee schedule. So, and I also want to just end by giving a big shout out to our staff, who has been gallant and smart and very much aware of everything that's happening in this town, and has plotted, I think, a very good future for the town. Has high marks from everybody for being responsive and being thoughtful. And, you know, Deborah in particular, Matt, Steve, Terry, and Jen. And if I've left anybody out, I feel that way about the whole staff, because they make the people I just named look very good. And Catherine, thank you for everything you've done as well. It looks like you'll have to put up with me for at least the next 2 meetings. And I wish you well. I wish you can all stay well and keep your eye on the prize. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
You know, Rick, when I got in council, I was the oldest member of council, and I was hoping you were going to pass me up before you quit. So I just want to comment on that. And you will be missed once I get back at the dais. You'll be missed as my next door neighbor. So, and we appreciate all the things you've done for the city.
Feel very good about it. So,
Well, we will definitely have at least one more meeting, Councilor Dr. Voorhees, to think more eloquently about what we're going to say. I don't want to jump into a long soliloquy about how much you mean to this council, this city, or to me personally. So I will save those comments to a future date. So we've gone.
In the meanwhile, if I can, I've
Please.
got about 5 boxes of books, and I know some of you actually read. So if you would like any of those books, stop by the house, and I'll be glad to carry them out to your car. So.
So it's hard not to opine on it at all, but I think just we should probably stick to nuts and bolts and say thank you. And we will definitely have a send off and cake at some point. But Carl, can you tell us how the code prescribes this? We went through this with Catherine Trauger several years ago, and we appointed Jim Ingraham, and looks like we're going to be doing a similar deal. Rick's term, I know, expires in April. So can you speak to this?
Sure. First, Rick, I'm sorry to see you go. And thank you for putting me on the spot to provide legal advice from the hip. The charter provides that a vacancy occurs whenever there is a resignation, and that vacancy needs to be filled within, you need to appoint a replacement within 30 days, unless you're within 90 days of the regular municipal election. So obviously not within 90 days of the regular municipal election. I will take Rick's statement. I'm probably going to ask him to follow it up with an email just for clarification, but I'll take his statement as he will be seated for the next 2 meetings. So his last day would be the 2nd meeting in October, seated as a council member, if I interpreted that right. So you would need to appoint within 30 days of that meeting. And I'm trying to get to a calendar here so I can look at what October looks like, which is actually early. So you will need to appoint by the 14th of November, if the 14th or 15th of November, right in there. So base of November. So really, you're probably going to need to take action by the 12th. Well, if you hold a special meeting, the week of the 9th. Otherwise, you'd need to appoint on the 5th of November. So historically, what we've done is we have solicited letters of interest. The council has, as a group, interviewed those folks. I will tell you, under the Open Meetings Act, those interviews need to be done in public. So in this particular COVID environment, I anticipate that would be via Zoom. Then council will make a decision at a regular meeting in open session. So that's kind of the process.
Okay. Well, Deborah, go ahead.
And you guys don't need to decide tonight, but maybe by the next meeting, I think it would be helpful for us to know, do you want a special meeting? Do you want to hold it on November 5th? We can probably go ahead and look up what we did last time and Catherine, and just put out that information and get that going, if that is helpful.
I think it would be helpful for, this is not a no-brainer job or a commitment. So I think that people will have to have conversations with their family, their spouses, about whether they even want to apply. So I think the sooner we get out the notice of vacancy, I guess, I think the more prominently the newspaper, hint, can report on this and let people know that we're interested in getting applications. I think the more robust of a process we can have. So I think the sooner the better.
Mr. Mayor, if I may suggest, Friday, October 23rd would be the deadline to submit letters of interest, and we should hold a special meeting during the last week in October for the purposes of interviewing candidates with the idea of appointing on November 5, the first meeting in November.
I guess I would respectfully, Charlie, like to move that, if it's all the same to you, move that back 1 week. That gives a full month for us to get out and accept applications. So I would like to, if you're open to the friendly amendment, have applications due October 16th.
And Jonathan, is there only one meeting?
Wait a minute, I said 23rd. You just went back a week the wrong way.
You said October 23rd. I'm saying yes. I think a month is enough time. When I said we should give people time, I meant a couple of weeks. I didn't necessarily mean a month and a half. So yeah, that would be my suggestion, is give
earlier rather than later. Yes. I'm okay.
Jonathan, did you hear my question?
I didn't, Tony. Could you repeat that?
Is there only one meeting in November? Is that why we're talking about another one because of Thanksgiving?
What I was suggesting, no, there is 2 meetings. It's just that the first meeting is on the 5th. The second one is on the 19th. If Rick's resignation is effective on the 15th of October,
Right.
You'd have to do it on the 5th or call a special meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, your proposal is by October 13th to have applications in. Yeah, that would get back a month here.
No, October 16th.
16th.
Friday the 16th.
16th, the Friday, and then we do interviews the following week.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine with me too.
Okay.
The applications are due the 16th.
Yes.
1/6.
Okay.
Friday, 5 o'clock.
Timing on the special meeting in those next 2 weeks, what works best for council, I think. I don't think we need to decide that tonight.
Could you email everyone, Carl, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Carl, I apologize, I had my head turned and bad hearing aid. What did you just say?
Oh, I just said that in terms of holding a special meeting to interview, I don't think we need to pick a date right now, particularly since Shelley's not here. So sometime in that 19th through the 30th, we'll figure out a date that works for everybody.
That was the concept that I think we were talking about.
Okay.
But to have the application deadline on the 16th, so we have that 2-week period to interview and try to get the appointment done on that first meeting in November.
Sounds good.
Councilor Davis.
I'm good. I think you guys covered it. I hate to see Rick go, and I'm not anxious for that, but at the same time, I think we need to move forward as expeditiously as possible. We shouldn't drag our feet, and we should be prepared to have special meetings to make that happen. So it's an important position, and we need somebody on the ground ready to run. So.
All right. Can we go back to talking about smoking urns and handicap parking spots? Because that was, I like dealing with that small, non-heavy stuff a lot better than losing our friend Rick to this council. Are there any other council comments? See none, we'll go back to the agenda. And next on the agenda, we have the proclamation Library Card Month. I actually brought this up this time. Whereas a library card gives students the tools that foster success in the classroom and beyond, and whereas librarians create welcoming and inclusive spaces for students of all backgrounds to learn together and engage with one another, whereas a library card empowers all people to pursue their dreams and explore new passions and interests, whereas libraries are constantly transforming and expanding services to meet the evolving needs of their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jonathan Godis, Mayor of the City of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, proclaim September 2020 as Library Card Sign-Up Month in the City of Glenwood Springs and encourage everyone to sign up for their own library card today. And I guess at this point I shake somebody's hand that would have come up and I presented them with a thing. So it's just this awkward Zoom stuff. So I will move on, but we all love our libraries, and it apparently Councilor Voorhees has a library to give away. So well, I'll run by your house with my minivan. All right, on to the regular agenda, actions and presentations. Action item number 9, Colorado River Conservation Trust Ballot 7A.
Well, morning, good evening, Council. Appreciate you inviting me to speak. It's Andy Mueller with the Colorado River District. Before I start on the River District, I just want to thank you for making it clear that I really only have the remainder of my current Parks and Rec term to serve before I can get off that commission. So thank you very much. Actually, that was the best news I've heard all day. So thank you.
The River Commission.
I do appreciate you inviting me to speak, and if it's okay with the council, I'd like to share my screen and do a little PowerPoint presentation on what the Colorado River District is and kind of a few things that are going on at the district, if that would work for you. Go ahead and so I believe on the screen you'll see the title slide of my slide. So let's see if I can actually get it to move though. Do you see a map? Because I can't see the screen. Do you see a map of no?
No, we see the opening, protecting West Slope water in times of uncertainty.
Okay, well, let me see it just a moment here. Sorry about that, folks.
No, it just shows the kind of talent we have on our Parks and Rec Commission, I guess.
That's good. I'm actually very happy to see that. So see, I'm trying to get off sooner.
There we go. There we go.
All right, there we go. So the Colorado River District is a political subdivision of the state of Colorado. It was formed approximately 83 years ago at the request of West Slope leaders from Garfield and Mesa, Montrose counties, joined later by folks from Grand County and others. Today, it's actually 15 counties on the West Slope, not the entire West Slope, but it's that funny shape you see on the slide. It was formed to encompass the basin of the Yampa River, the White River, the main stem of the Colorado, and the Gunnison River, and all of their tributaries. And our job at the River District is to lead in the protection, conservation, use, and development of the water resources of the Colorado River Basin for the use of our inhabitants. And that includes the protection of the environment, but also the use and development of the water for productive consumptive use within the district. We are governed by a board of directors. There's 15. There's one member from each county. Your director for Garfield County is David Merritt. Mr. Merritt, unfortunately, was unable to join me today. I do happen to have Chris Treese with me, who's a former employee and currently helping lead a ballot campaign that's related to the district. So he may have a few words to say after I'm done. The district was formed out of fear of loss of the waters of the main stem of the Colorado. Back in the 30s, we started to see transbasin diversions emerging, tunnels going to the city of Denver and the northeastern part of the state, taking water out of the headwaters of the Colorado. And folks throughout the West Slope were very concerned that without a unified voice and without a proper leadership, that we would run into a situation where there would be actually no water left for our own enjoyment, for the rivers, for the health of the rivers, and for our own agriculture, urban development, and industry on this side of the mountain. So the River District was formed by the General Assembly. It was given a property tax authority of actually 2.5 mills at the time in 1937. It was, sorry about that, my phone just rang. I was trying to turn that off. So the district at the time it was formed was formed to make sure that we had the authority and the protections necessary. If I can tell you today, we have a small staff of 22 employees. When I came in 2.5 years ago, we actually had a staff of 26 employees. We've had to cut those employees, full-time equivalent employees, down to 22 due to budget concerns. We, like many rural districts, are getting hit by the effects of Gallagher. We're also getting, frankly, hammered by the demise of the oil and gas industry here in Garfield County and Mesa, Rio Blanco counties. The coal and coal-fired power plants, we can see those closing soon as well. And, it's not a statement pro or con for or against coal or oil and gas. It's just a reality that I, as a chief budget officer of our organization, have to look at that and understand that it's a significant decline in our revenue. As recently as 2013, 24% of our revenue came from the fossil fuel industry. Today, it's less than 10%. We predict, given the various proclamations around the state and in the industry, that we will soon be at close to lower than 5% of our revenue at the district. We also have never been de-Bruced, so our spending and revenue cap is still in place, and that's why today our mill levy, that again was authorized at 2.5 mills, sits today at just 0.252 mills. It's a fraction of a mill. Just over 1/4 of a mill is the authorized mill. Our board has engaged in a mill rate tax rebate. So our effective tax is actually 0.235 in order to keep us underneath that revenue cap. With that, we provide some very significant services to the constituents within our 15 counties. We have a legislative body, or I should say government director, Zane Kessler, who took over for Chris Treese when he retired. And Mr. Kessler is up at the State House, well, pre-COVID anyway, and is a very effective lobbyist. Both Chris and he Chris before him, and now Zane, are absolutely critical to the West Slope. We've found that the Colorado River District really can make or break any legislation related to water. We've got front range legislators who come to us before they introduce legislation, because they know if it's something that's going to hurt the West Slope and something that we don't agree with, they're not going to get it passed. Even, frankly, in a situation where we have 85% of the electorate over on the municipal front range area. We also we have an engineering staff that provides technical advice to all of our water user constituents, to municipalities that need help, but also to our agricultural water users and our industrial water users. Our engineers are really good, actually, at, oddly enough, at advocacy as well. They bring in literally millions of dollars of money into our district every year from the federal and state government to assist with improvements in conservation and efficiency. And they really are tremendous help. They work very closely with our legislative workers in terms of bringing in that money to help make things happen. We also have a legal team. We have multiple lawsuits going on at any given time with Front Range diverters who seem to want to increase the amount of water that they're taking out of the Colorado River. So we're often found in water court with those folks. And it's efforts of the Colorado River District that have led to buckets of water on our side of the divide, like Root Eye and the Green Mountain Reservoir. We own Wolford Mountain Reservoir, all reservoirs which contribute to the enhancement of stream flow here in Garfield County. In fact, if you look at the Colorado River late season this time of year, most of that water flowing in the Colorado through Glenwood Canyon is actually being released out of reservoirs. It was collected earlier in the season and is now being released to make sure there's water hitting the Shoshone power plant, because that's a senior right, and then also going all the way down to the Grand Valley for irrigation and agricultural rights. That allows our recreation community here in Garfield County to have a longer recreation season and a more robust rafting season. It also allows private boaters like myself to enjoy that. So it's really great. If I can, we're just to put it into context, if you look at this map, the Colorado River District sits in the northwest corner of Colorado there. Think about this, that little district produces 65% of the annual average flow in the entire Colorado River. So that's that area that you see on the map that's outlined. It's also important to note the big gray areas on the outside of the basin. Those are areas, large municipal areas and agricultural areas that export water out of the Colorado River for their use. You can see the whole Front Range of Colorado. You can also see probably equally or certainly more in terms of volume down in Southern California. You have both the LA and San Diego Metroplex, as well as the Imperial Valley, some of the largest water users in desert Southwest. There's huge stress on this river. And if you just picture our district, it's like a rubber band getting pulled from both sides. We've got people on the Front Range of Colorado who want more, and you've got folks down in the Southwest who want more. Our district is often engaged, as our organic statute tells us we should be, protecting our state's entitlement to the Colorado River. So we're often in the 7-state and 2-country negotiations, assisting our state with legal and technical help. We've done tremendous amounts of modeling and engineering and legal research and advocacy that helps our state protect its share. Again, that's with our small body of 22 employees. You think about the number of employees at Denver Water, those in the planning department down in the Southern Nevada Water Authority that fills Vegas, or the Central Arizona project that is Phoenix and Tucson. They have planning staffs that are larger than our entire district, right? So that's who we're up against all the time. And I would tell you that the staff of the district is truly impressive and on par with all the other staffs that I've ever run across in the basin. This is a map, and I just want to stress that it's, so we've got growing population, we've got stress that way, but we also have reducing flows in the river. And people have really wondered, why is our river have less water in it today than it did 50 years ago? And this map shows you pretty accurately the colors. The darker the color, so what this shows is the change in average temperature since 1895. So between 1895 and 2018. And you hear about global warming or climate change. You feel some days when it's smoky and oppressive around here, like, gee, things are changing. You can really see this if you map. This is data from NOAA that is mapped, shows the hottest spot in the country is right over our district. And it's, again, remember this, it's the water producing region for the entire Colorado River. And I want to show you the next slide. This is our district, and you can zero in on Garfield County. In that 120-year period, we've seen a change of 3.6 degrees in Fahrenheit. And you know, a lot of the climate accords are talking about trying to keep the global average temperatures at less than 2 degrees Fahrenheit, or maybe it's 2 degrees Celsius change. This is significant. We have counties that have over 4 degrees of change in their average temperatures. It's a really serious issue that we're facing, and the reason is the relationship between temperature and stream flow. And it's pretty simple equation. If you think about it, for every 1 degree rise in Fahrenheit temperatures, the stream flow is reduced between 3 and 5.2%. So if we've had a 4 degree rise in some parts of our district already, we're talking about a 12 to 20% drop in the rivers in that area, right? So as we're getting more population and more demands on the river, we're seeing less water available. Really very significant issues. So we're seeing, because of that, the need to be much more innovative in the way we use water. We have areas that have been identified by the Colorado Water Plan and in our own district where there's absolute need for funding to keep our West Slope economies and our communities vital. And it's, we've broken it into five buckets, if you will: productive agriculture, conservation and efficiency, healthy rivers, watershed health and water quality, and infrastructure. I'm going to just focus on the last two real quickly for this city. Watershed health is obviously very important for this city. I've been involved in a number of conversations with Deborah and Jonathan and Matt Langhorst about the watershed, Grizzly Watershed, No Name, and how important that water quality is to our city and restoring that watershed is. The city, we're helping the city find buckets of money, but I can tell you right now, the River District has very little to contribute in terms of cash. We can make connections, we can help introductions, we can help as co-applicants or sponsors, but we can't actually bring money to the table because of our own funding issues. Infrastructure is another one. That happens to be the roller dam down in the Cameo area in Debec Canyon. But your infrastructure, I know you know this, needs significant reboot off the Roaring Fork. Again, we don't have the money to help on that either at this time. So I talked about what we're facing from a financial perspective. So we've got both the hydrologic challenges and our own financial issues. Therefore, our board, after a very long study, 2.5 years since I came in, we've been looking at this fiscal issue, came up with a question that they placed on the ballot. They're asking all the voters in the 15 counties to consider raising our taxes. It seems like a terrible idea in the time of pandemic, and our board struggled greatly with making this decision. The reality is we did some polling back in March as the ski areas and restaurants were closing down, and we were really surprised that 65% of the voters in our district supported this tax question. And they did it because they recognize that water is absolutely essential to the future of our communities that we represent. What this tax question would do is raise $4.9 million a year in additional tax revenue. That's $1.90 per $100,000 in residential value. So a very small increase for property owners, but a very big impact when you put all 15 of them together. So it would be just under $5 million that we would raise off of this. It's an increase of 0.248 mils. So a very small increase. It would cap our mill rate at half a mil instead of where it sits right now at just above a quarter of a mil. It would allow us to be debruced as well. So it's a debrucing question. The reason that's really important for us is that we funnel a lot of grant money from the state to our water users. You guys have the capacity. So if we help you get a state grant, you don't have to have it come through us. But we represent all these small irrigation districts and conservancy districts that just don't have that administrative or legal capacity. So we end up bringing that money through our our entity in helping out our local economies and local communities. We are extremely hampered by the way Tabor includes that within our revenue cap. And so we are asking the voters to exclude that. The question is short, but what the board did when it approved it in the same resolution is it also committed to a fiscal implementation plan that commits to the voters how they're going to spend this money if it's approved. And if I can, if I get to the right, well, I do, before I get to that, let me just point out that the owner of a median valued home within our district will pay $6.34 in additional tax. It's definitely a tax increase. It needs to be scrutinized by anyone who's thinking about endorsing it or voting for it. But it's as small as we could possibly make it, frankly. It's a small amount for what we believe is a large impact. One of the things that we have in that implementation plan, we made very clear, the board made very clear, is that we will not utilize this new revenue to create additional staff positions. This isn't about increasing the bureaucracy at the River District. And I think that's really important. We will use approximately 14% of that revenue to keep the existing staff we have and handle our overhead that's there. I do want to speak to our overhead and our staff costs. Over the 10 years before I got to the district had done a great job of keeping costs under control. That the average rate of growth of our expenses was under 3%. Since I've been there, we've cut expenses. Last year, we cut them 7%. We're shooting for 15% cut this year. We're really trying to reduce our footprint, just as any business owner would, as any responsible homeowner would. So we are doing our part, and I think the key is we're committing to the voters to keep doing our part on that. But where will that be spent? And this is a quote out of that fiscal implementation plan. Those 5 buckets, if I can go to them, again, we're committed. Myself as staff and the board are committed to spending this money in these buckets equally over time. We may have to go and spend a lot of money on watershed health next year, helping folks. But the following year, we can put it into healthy rivers or productive agriculture. We can balance those needs. And the key from our district's perspective is that we get this money and we get it out into these projects in the district in a partnership form. So we stay in and we stay involved and make sure it happens well and the products and the money is spent well. But more importantly, our staff will continue to leverage this money with federal and state grants. It usually is a multiplier of 2 to 15 times what we bring as a local match. And when we're bringing in that federal and state money, it's a huge benefit to the people of Western Colorado. And it's one that we really need in order to protect our future. I just want to wrap up by saying, what are the types of projects we're talking about? Because people really want to know in those buckets. And we picked a few examples of things that we believe are really important. Maintaining those Shoshone flows. The city's been briefed on these issues before. Really critical, very important. We need money for that. The Grand Valley Roller Dam, that's part of the Cameo call that also helps bring water west and stops the transbasin diversions from taking more. That thing needs a huge amount of money. Up above us is the Windy Gap Reservoir. There is an ecological disconnect on the river in Grand County where one of the Eastern Plains diverters build a reservoir on the channel. We want to help build a river around that so that the river can be reconnected so that we can have an ecologically sound river. Very important to the people in Grand County and Summit County and that environment. With that, maybe if I could turn it over to Chris Treese, who I notice his beautiful mug on the screen. And if you guys have questions or concerns, certainly happy to answer them as I'm sure Chris would be. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mary. Would you like to take questions now or would you like me to speak briefly?
You know what, let's hold our questions. Andy can jump back on it at the end and answer those questions. But yeah, why don't we just keep rolling? We'll just do all the questions at the end.
All right, wonderful. I appreciate it. Thank you. My name is Chris Treese. I am, as Andy mentioned, retired from the River District. In fact, I realized belatedly that it is this week that I am 1 year retired from the River District. The River District has no pension, so I have no interest in the River District, financial interest in the River District or the outcome of this, other than an abiding personal interest. My retired signature line on my emails is retired water professional, enduring water geek. And I wear that tag proudly. I am committed to, I serve on your Streams and Rivers Commission. I'm committed to West Slope Water. I'm committed to the Colorado River. I continue to be committed to the Colorado River District and its mission and its role in the success and protection of Western Colorado water and the Colorado River. Andy has given a very thorough and complete description of the district and what's going on. I would just add a couple things that I don't think he mentioned. One is that the Colorado River District is the largest district of any kind in the state of Colorado. And I believe there's a reason for that. Although we're 83 years old, we were created by the state legislature, like the legislature creates a county or a school district, and it created a very large river district. We were the first water conservation district, and we represent almost the entirety of Western Colorado because it's critical that Western Colorado be represented with one voice, and that technical, that legal, that political voice. Those are the challenges that the River District faces, the River District has faced, and has faced largely successfully. We're not well known because we don't provide water on a retail basis. And a lot of our work is done in Denver and in DC and in Las Vegas and in Los Angeles. There are engineering roundtables, there are local roundtables, there are the Denver, the legislature and the Capitol buildings. The River District is no stranger to a variety of challenges. What they face now is a challenge not entirely of their own not of their own making and not entirely in their own control. So they come now looking for support from this council and many others for question 7A that will be on the November ballot for the entire district. It is critical. The energy decline that Andy described, along with Tabor, the ratcheting effect of Tabor means that the total revenues to the River District have been cut, and they're cut permanently unless this 7A passes. It's a fiscal challenge. You all familiar with it. The other element that's important, I believe, is that to understand is that the River District is nearly entirely dependent on property taxes. We don't also have sales. They don't. I will stop. I'll learn to use a new pronoun. They don't have a sales tax. They don't have a utility fee for water service that they receive across the district. They are dependent on that small 1/4 mil over a very large area. The fiscal crisis they face now because of the tax structure in Colorado and because of the decline in the energy industry and the ratcheting effect of Tabor threatens the core mission of the district. And the mission of the district is as important now as it was when 83 years ago when they were fighting the Northern District and a proposal from the East Slope to take a large amount of water and to use federal dollars to do it. The issues statewide as well as basin-wide are well known to this council. I won't go into those. I will end by asking for your support, an official support by resolution or however you choose to do it, to encourage, express your support for an understanding of the need for 7A and the passage of 7A, and to encourage Glenwood Springs voters to also support ballot item 7A, which is a long ballot this year and likely will be the very last item on the ballot. And hopefully we don't have too much ballot fatigue. We get our supporters to complete the entire ballot and include a positive vote for 7A. And I'd ask you to consider a favorable endorsement of that ballot issue as leaders in this community.
If I can just add to that real quickly, just by way of information, we have an incredibly diverse group of supporter or resolutions that have already been passed in favor of this, including the Colorado Cattlemen's Association, American Rivers, the Glenwood Springs Chamber Resort Association, the Garfield County Commissioners, the Summit Eagle County Commissioners, the Grand Junction Economic Partnership, Western Resource Advocates, an environmental group, the Nature Conservancy. It's really a broad range of folks coming together because this is such an important issue. And we you know, I can't ask for your support the way Chris can because I'm an employee of the district. I just want to provide you that information. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, guys. Questions from council or staff?
And Jonathan, will there be time to make a quick comment, or is that not now?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So see no questions. Go ahead, Tony.
I'm going to oppose this. I think the timing couldn't be worse. Colorado is dealing with an unprecedented economic slowdown and pandemic, and I just don't see the time as right now. This is particularly relevant considering school districts, fire districts are asking for money. I think putting another tax question confuses the Gallagher issue. It confuses the local fire board and school issues. I think there's, as Mr. Mueller said, there is a voter fatigue. This is an unelected board. I have concerns about how they will spend the money. I am not going to support a resolution. I'm not going to vote for it. You know, government agencies and government entities like where I have my real job and like this city and like the federal government, the state government, we all have to live within our means. And, you know, a lot of people are suffering and I don't think they're just going to want to say, oh, it's only $6. So I'm opposed to any tax increase. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Paula?
I have more of a comment than a question. I think that the Colorado River District is a strong representative of Western Slope, Colorado, and very important to us on protecting our water resources. And I think it's important that we support this. It's not only a voice in Denver that's very strong and heated, but it's a voice through the 14 states that are part of the Colorado River impact agreement and that type of thing. So sorry, I don't have the exact words for it, but I'm just saying that these people do something for us on the Western Slope. And especially when we look at just bit by bit, different things that they handle, including what they're doing right now with our current situation with the fire in Grizzly Creek Canyon, seeing what they do in our agricultural community, seeing what they do for our industrial communities. All around, this is a nonpartisan group that makes a strong difference for us on the Western Slope. So I think it's important that we support this. And I think it's going to make an impact for us as we move forward in the next 5-10 years on our water resources and what's available to us, from everything from what's happening with our Shoshone power plant to what's happening right now, like I said earlier, with what we're dealing with the fire in Grizzly Creek.
Thanks, Paula. I have some other hands up, but I do think maybe it would be good if we took some public comment before we continued these. So sorry to put a pause on us, but anybody in the public, would they like to care to speak to it? Okay. That's what I thought. All right, Councilor Woolman.
I strongly support us passing a resolution in support of the Colorado River District and their request to increase at a fairly insignificant level funding for a very, very important organization, not only to the Western Slope of Colorado, but actually to the entire state of Colorado. In particular, as Paula said, we have our own crises that we're facing in water supplies. I don't think any of us ever thought about before the recent fire. It's my view that small costs and increase of small costs are just like, I get a raise, I work for myself, but I get a raise because I've been doing this for longer, so I can need that money to pay my bills, cost more money to do things. And then you get the negative factors of the Tabor Amendment and Andy, if I totally forgot the second part of that, but the two things that Andy mentioned, you know, that it caused just revenues to local governments to continue to decrease while the cost of doing business goes up and up. The small organization's doing a phenomenal job, and I think that we should strongly support its bid to increase its revenues by $7 a month.
Just to be clear, it's $6.34 a year, not a month.
Sorry, Andy.
We've had a lot of budget conversations. Forgive Charlie for getting a little budget fatigue. Steve Davis.
But you know, I completely support this. It's absolutely a no-brainer for us. There's nothing more important to the western slope of Colorado and certainly to this community than these water issues. And somebody has to fight that battle for us. We can't do it. I am shocked that they're asking for as little as they are. Actually, I spent several times that today on lunch. So I would gladly pay an extra $6, or in my case, it may be a little more than that, but I'm all for you, so.
Thanks, Steve. Rick.
Yeah, and they probably took your pasta and boiled it in some pretty clean water, I'm guessing, Steve, to get to that point so that you could enjoy lunch. I think this is just a critical issue. Water is a critical issue, and the western slope, the Front Range wants as much as they can get, and they'll use 70% of it to water their lawns. And that's just sort of crazy. The West is inexorably tied to water and water policy, and we have a group here who could advocate for $6. And did you say 34 cents, or was it 43 cents? It's worth every dollar that we can put into it, and we shouldn't be constrained by political sloganeering about taxes and how terrible it is that people pay taxes. This is not taking money away. This is investing in the future of our region. So thank you for all your work that you've done on this. I appreciate it. This is the fourth time I've heard the presentation, and like Crocodile Dundee says, it just gets better every time I hear it. So thank you.
All right, I'll say thank you guys for presenting tonight and bringing awareness to the community about what the needs are, what the Colorado River District does. I'll say briefly, thank you for your organization and your support, specifically Andy Mueller, bringing people to the table. We have had a number of conversations that Andy has been integral in his role as executive director of the Colorado River District concerning Grizzly Creek Fire and our watershed. This is not because he's a resident of Glenwood Springs. It's not because he serves on our Park and Rec Commission and is deeply committed to this community. It's because this is what this group does. They would do this in, I'm sure they are going to be having conversations and are having conversations with communities affected by the Pine Gulch Fire and their watershed. So I don't know how folks in our community could not come to the support of the Colorado River District in this ask when they have demonstrated their commitment. They're based here in Glenwood Springs. They're an economic driver. They employ people here. So I really full-throatedly support this ask, the Colorado River District, and want to thank your organization and specifically you, Andy, for all the help you've done to help move our recovery forward with the Grizzly Creek Fire. So I will be supporting that as well. Charlie, last words.
No last words. I make a motion that we approve support of Colorado River District Question 7A, asked Mr. Hanlon to put together for our October 5th meeting a formal resolution endorsing this proposal and strongly encouraging the citizens of Glenwood Springs to support it as well.
I would second that. I'll give it to the short timer. Charlie moves. Dr. Voorhees seconds. We'll do a voice vote. Catherine.
Willman,
Yes.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Stepp,
Yes.
Hershey,
No.
Davis,
Absolutely.
motion passes.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again, Colorado River District, Andy Mueller, Chris Treese. You guys are fantastic. We really appreciate it and your dedication to this community.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and Andy, if I could, can you ship me over some of the sample resolutions? I think you might know my email.
Yep, I might have that, Carl. Yes.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it.
All right. Next item, item number 10. We are right on time. I know Christian's keeping track. Item number 10, youth zone presentation. I am going to promote Keith Bergelin. Hold on. Keith, let me promote you to a panelist. Yeah. And Keith, is it just you tonight, or is Lori Mueller with you as well?
Lori's here as well. We share the Zoom account, so we're both going to be listed as Keith Bergelin.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So,
Can't see though, Jonathan. Oh,
Hi, Lori. You're muted. Lori, you're muted. Lori, you're muted.
Lori, unmute. Hit the space bar. There you go.
Hi, everybody. I
Hi, Laura.
appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for putting us on the agenda, Deborah and Catherine. Keith and I know I'm actually Keith on my signage there. I can change that. As most of you know, I am Lori Mueller. I'm the director at Youth Zone, and I have with me tonight Keith. Keith, would you like to do an introduction of yourself?
sure. Hey, everybody. I'm Keith Bergelin. I'm assistant director at Youth Zone, and I've been here for about 1.5 years. And I'm loving the work that we do, and I'm proud of the work that we do for kids in the Valley, and especially here in Glenwood Springs.
Great. So we have a short presentation for you tonight. Our intention is to let you know what we've done with the investment that you've made in our work that we've done over the last year. And before I start, I would like to say a thank you to Rick. He has been a great supporter of the youth in our community. And I remember several times him walking across the street, knocking on our little old house front door, and just letting me know that he was in favor of the work that we were doing. So I wish you a fond farewell, Rick. And thank you for your support. All right, so I do have a PowerPoint presentation that you all have received. I'm going to share that now. What are you seeing? Are you seeing the PowerPoint, or are you seeing my highlighted version of our evaluation?
We are seeing the juvenile justice system intervention.
Great. So I'm going to run through this fairly quickly. Most of you know what Youth Zone does, but for those of you who don't, Youth Zone has won many awards for the work that we've done, in particular our work at the district court level with kids that are going into detention. And we are evidence-based, which means we are one of the few diversion programs in the state of Colorado that runs on evidence. And the state reaches out to us often looking for how we do things. That is something I'm proud of, that we've worked over 40 some years to accomplish. So we do intervene in the juvenile justice system. We have a focus on kids who have experienced trauma, which means that, yes, these kids are getting into trouble, but it also means that often, not always, there are some extenuating circumstances, and we try to address those needs versus the action. So that means if a young person has a petty theft offense, we are addressing the offense that they stole something from one of the community businesses, but we also want to address why they stole in the first place. So we definitely look at each youth individually, and we are very intentional about the programs that we offer each of our kids. When a young person falters in our community, it makes for a rocky road, not only for those kids, but also for our community. Youth Zone's mission is to create healthy communities. And I think that in our programming, we do support our youth and our families very much so that Glenwood Springs is a healthy place to live and is a vibrant community because we have really healthy, good families that are engaged in raising their children. So some of our intervention programs are Senate Bill 94, which is essentially the district court level programming that we offer. Substance use. So we are one of the only organizations that actually has a youth-focused substance use program that's very individualized. So when we're looking at youth that come through, we know that 50% of the crimes that are committed by kids who are currently using alcohol or marijuana or other drugs. So if we took substance use out of the picture, our delinquency for our youth would decrease by 50%, just that alone. We also do restorative justice. So there are some youth that are definitely in the system and don't understand the consequences of their actions. Restorative justice helps them understand that, yes, they've made a mistake and they absolutely need to repair that harm. They are given the opportunity to sit with the victim in this case so that the victim feels fully heard and the youth understands their impact and they have a chance to repair that harm. That is key. As adults, we all make mistakes, and what makes us move forward is the ability to say, okay, I made a mistake and I'm going to make it right now. And that's what we offer youth. So our restorative justice has increased. Well, let's see, 2 years ago, we did about 25 restorative justice processes. Last year, we did approximately 80 to 90 of those. So it's just been a phenomenal success. All right, that's a video I'm skipping. Let's talk about what we've done during COVID. Oh my gosh, what has gone on? We haven't missed a beat, quite honestly. It took us a couple weeks to kind of take a breath as everybody in this community, but we continued to work with kids. We continued to, we were picking up the phone. We immediately started doing telehealth and meeting kids on Zoom and parents on Zoom. Currently, we have some really strong, good safety things in place so that we can see kids in the office, because that's really where they're most successful, is when they're actually meeting with our youth advocates one-on-one. I would like to say that one of the things that we really do work on is, and something that was mentioned earlier in tonight's city council is, Jonathan, you mentioned that inclusivity and having interpreters available. And Just so you know, it costs us about $1,000 to $1,500 per month that we dedicate to our interpreters. So that's a significant cost to Youth Zone that we undertake, and we find donors who can help support that, because we do understand that providing a safe place and a place that is inclusive is going to cost us some money. So we put aside $12,000 to $15,000 every year so that we can pay for interpreters. Let's see, moving through this, other COVID things that we put into place were fairly immediately, almost within several weeks. We did online free webinars for parents, how to cope, how to talk to your kids, positive communication, stress reduction techniques with them as parents, and also our kids, because that is so important. And what we're seeing a lot of is a lot of anxiety with our youth, and a lot of substance use in the last few months with COVID. At first, kids really responded. A lot of our kids aren't necessarily engaged with school, so they were just fine not going to school. And within several weeks, they all went, okay, please let me go back. I miss my friends. Community is very important for our teenagers, and they're feeling a little out of sorts. So that's where we step in and try to get them ways, or feed them ways to engage with their community and find support that they need. Okay, so you all were very generous and supported Youth Zone Services with $18,000 last year. The actual costs for us was a little over $200,000. We served Glenwood Springs youth. We served 103 youth. It cost us about $2,000 per youth, and that's all services up to about 6 months. Which is less, I have to say, than what CARE's cost is for an animal. Their cost per animal is about $3,000. So I think we're very diligent at keeping our costs low and reasonable. So $2,000 will provide services for one of our youth. And we have a 90% success rate, which means 90% of the kids who come to us have an increase in self-esteem, an increase in optimism and problem solving. They have a decrease in substance use. And if you would bear with me, I want to read for you a quote by our evaluator. So every 3 years, we hire an independent evaluator. He evaluates not only each of our programs, but Youth Zone overall, how we're doing with youth. So when we're looking at an investment, and you invested $18,000 for Youth Zone last year in those kids, you know that your investment is well spent, that there's actual outcomes. It's not a feel-good program. It's not a program that says, yay, we did really great. We can actually show you that we did really great. So if you will, I'm going to read for you what Dr. Jerome Evans said about Youth Zone. And by the way, he is an evaluator that evaluates youth programs nationwide. He said very few youth serving organizations in the region, or across the state for that matter, are fully informed about their program's outcomes, effectiveness, and where modification is needed to resolve inequities, and where services are working well. Nearly all service agencies rely on a leap of faith that what they promise, they are delivering. Youth Zone, however, has adopted evaluation practices to assist in building evidence-based services and focused administration, case managers, and the organization's board and the community on where additional attention can be additional attention can improve outcomes. So when we do an evaluation, we look at how we can improve. So one of the ways that we've improved, 2019 was the last 3-year evaluation that Dr. Evans did for us. From 2013 to 2016, our evaluation for kids with substance issues showed pretty much 0. We were not doing well. Our kids made no improvement with our substance. So in 2016, I decided that something needed to be done, obviously, so that we make a difference with kids. We changed our focus of our intervention. We increased our training with our staff. So we have more master level expertise on Youth Zone staff than we've ever had before. This last 2019 evaluation showed that even though our kids were coming to us with increased substance use, increased complexity, increased risk, we did better than we've ever done before. And I am extremely proud of that the staff that we have are experts in their field and they know what they're doing. So with that, I think I've kind of given you a snapshot of what we've done with your $18,000. I hope you feel like it's been a good investment, and I definitely am encouraged by next year being able to be funded again. And maybe some of you know this, maybe some of you don't. Every municipality in this valley supports Youth Zone, and it's important to us, just like the River District was just talking about, that we are able to manage our budget because we can say every municipality supports the work that we do in the area that we serve. And I am anticipating that being able to say that again when we apply for a grant next year. Are there any questions, or Keith, do you have any other input that I missed?
Nope, I think you answered everything, Lori. Thanks.
All right. Questions for Keith or Lori from council? Comments from council? All right. Please do. Oh, okay. Charlie, go ahead.
I get to my button. I just, Lori and Keith both, I think, you know that the city really believes in your program, sees the benefit. My granddaughter this past year has been the lucky participant in some of your help and has really benefited by that. So I want to thank you personally, but also as a city council member for a great organization, keeping this active in this community.
Thanks, Charlie.
Charlie, I hope your granddaughter's doing well.
Rick.
Yeah, I'm so short now, I'm going to have to struggle to get up to the keyboard. But, I just wanted to compliment Lori and Keith, the entire Youth Zone board, for taking this stuff on. There isn't a lot of glory in it. It's just hard human personal interaction. And the council's heard the evidence-based approach that Youth Zone uses. And we ought to celebrate that until the cows come home. So if we don't invest in our youth now, we're going to have great problems in the coming years. And I think Lori is just the type of leader to take this on in a very clear-eyed way. And so thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I appreciate your kind words.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much, guys. We really appreciate you guys presenting to us. Thank you, Keith, I've known Keith. He made us reacquainted today for 13 years when he was with the Aspen After School program. And it's great to have folks like this in our community doing such awesome work. So thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Mr. Mayor, can I ask an agenda question real quick?
Absolutely.
I know we're running late again, and I hate when we get to the end and then we have to bump things. Did you want to skip 11 and 12 and go to 13? Do you want to move anything in the future? It's already 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we need one. I think we're probably going to need to take a break if I'm any predictor of Charlie. But Deborah, Carl, could you help me prioritize the things that we have to get to this evening?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, Carl.
From my perspective, we need to get to 13, 13 and 17, 13, 16, and 17, for sure. Those would be my priorities. I don't know about for Deborah, what she's feeling like we need to get to.
I think for CMC, they have to apply for a grant. So I think they need your letter of support. I think that can go quick. I can just write up the recovery update for you guys. I think we need to get to 16 and 17, no matter what.
I tell you what, if everybody can hold out literally 5 more minutes, because these are very perfunctory things. Can we just hit 16, 17? I would like to get more than a written update. I think the community would like to hear a 5-minute, verbal update, and then absolutely we need to get to the riparian zone setback. So can everybody hang out for 5 minutes while we hit 16 and 17? And then we'll take a break.
Do you want to do 11, 16, and 17? 11 is just a letter of support.
So can we skip 11, Mr. Mayor? I mean, I support it. That's great. We can just do a letter. And then 12, we could do that too.
Let's do 11, 16, 17, take a break, 5-minute break, come back, and then jump back on come back ready to come on the update to recovery in the riparian zone.
Number 11, I make a motion to support the Spring Valley Trail resolution letter. To support that grant.
Can somebody tell me, like, in 30 seconds what this is before I...
It says that we support them getting a grant for this new trail.
Yes. I'll second it then.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
I think we should thank Ms. Golay for being here to talk about it. So we don't want to say more because I think she's been here, but I agree with Tony. I think that I support this 100%. So
yeah, but when you're winning in court, Charlie, what do? You shut up. So
I try not to.
No, you don't, but most lawyers do.
Oh God! All right. I'm gonna mute everybody. Been motioned by Tony, seconded by me. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, signify by saying no or putting a big thumbs down. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Now, on to item number 16, award of a sewer slip lining contract. Let's just take 16 and 17 together. We don't need a big, long presentation. What are these things?
Okay, so number 16 is on a yearly basis, we go and improve our sewer system, which are clay and PVC sometimes. We basically push slip liners through them, do manhole improvements, that kind of thing. So this is standard operating procedure that normally would have been on a consent agenda. So you didn't have a presentation for it, but we're just asking to move forward with this contract for this year.
I move that we move forward with the slip lining contract.
I'll second it.
It's been moved by myself, seconded by Paula. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, or raising your hand. Any opposed, signify by saying no or big thumbs down. Motion passes unanimously. Next, Matt.
Number 17 is a resolution for you guys to authorize and support of the application of a grant from DOLA. We're going to apply for a $1 million grant to help pay for the new 16-inch line that will be going from the Roaring Fork Pump Station up to the water treatment plant.
I move that we accept that letter of grant.
Second.
Been moved
Can I
by
just
myself.
ask one quick question? What's the total cost of that, Matt?
So we're looking, our best estimates at this point are between 2.3 and 2.4 million dollars.
Okay, that's
With
all I needed.
design, survey and everything else. So that's why we're going for the full million.
Okay,
Which is the maximum. Okay, moved by myself, seconded by Tony. All in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand or raising your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
you can't vote.
I could try.
All right, it's 8:07. Let's take a victory lap. We'll come back at 8:13. All right, can we come back? All right, everybody back from break? Now we have enough people, I guess. Now we don't have quorum. Now we have quorum. All right. All right. I think next thing we want to do is it's scheduled for 10 minutes, but Deborah, if you want to provide us on maybe a 5-minute update on the recovery, not to shortchange it because this is something of critical importance, but I do what you need to do.
Okay, we had our first community recovery meeting yesterday. It went really well. Paula, Shelley, and Jonathan attended. We are breaking up into 5 subcommittees: trail/cleanup, water quality, public outreach, fundraising, and the tourist economy support. So I think that'll go well. It'll evolve over time. I think people were a little concerned with just how long it may take for this recovery. So I think it'll be great if we have grassroots support helping us do it. We have applied for a waiver for the NRCS funding, the federal funding, for 90% grant as opposed to a 75% grant. They asked DCS for additional information on Monday, which we sent them. We have not heard back yet, but I'm very hopeful on that. We're meeting tomorrow with the Colorado Water Conservation Board to find out more about their funding. And we're also meeting with the Forest Service tomorrow to discuss the latest bear data. Once we get that, I'll make sure you guys have it. And we had we're continuing to have very good interaction with our federal delegation and our state delegation. That is what I got. It's quick.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions for Deborah? Go ahead, Charlie.
Just quick, Deborah, because I've been out of touch for a couple weeks, where are we with our water intake on Grizzly No Name?
Everyone appears frozen on my end.
No, we're not.
You seem to have frozen, Deborah.
Your video has anyway.
Let it go. Let it go. Frozen, get it? No.
I thought that was a comment on Charlie.
Oh, no. No, it's the film Frozen, the musical.
All right. Well, maybe she can answer you in a email response, Charlie.
That'll be fine.
Maybe you can quit taking vacation and actually do your job.
Well, hey, give me a break. One vacation every 10 years.
He's very old. He needs a vacation.
All right.
Deborah,
Deborah, thank you very much. If you ever get unfrozen, we appreciate that. Let's update and recovery. Okay. Riparian setback. Item number 13. This is a second reading. Carl, you gave us changes that hopefully summarized what we were going to be looking at here.
I have to apologize. We had a couple of, you got what should have been in the packet originally later. We were trying to get the language right based on everybody's comments. And then we had a weird pagination change that resulted in a numbering change by word in the document that was in the packet. So it was ultimately updated to exactly what Shelley's motion was, and we confirmed that with Shelley because she was kind of the final, final one on that to make sure that it was what she had intended in her motion. So that's the clean copy you have in your packet tonight. Obviously, in section 070010070 nonconformities B, the additional language is a double underline, and then in 020D24, that section is being repealed and replaced in its entirety, and so that is the clean version that you have there. So with that, happy to answer any questions or take any comments you guys have, but really it's in front of you now and not me. I think we got it right.
All right. Before I open this up to public comment.
Yeah, we've got what you asked for in the packet. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Steve Davis.
I suppose, Carl, and the rest of the council, I only have one word that I think is missing. So I'd like to draw your attention to it. And I think everybody probably has the paper copy in front of them, so it's easy to follow along. But under the sensitive area protection section, everybody see that? In paragraph 4, subparagraph 3, line 3, the sentence reads, does not result in a material increase in water quality. But if you go up above in paragraph 2, line 4, it also is kind of the same verbiage, but it's missing the word material. So it says does not result in increased water quality. I think that same material word should be included there, does not result in a material increase in water quality.
Got it.
Other than that, that's the only comment I really have with the 12th revision of this ordinance. And it just seems like it makes sense to carry through that same. Did you see that, Carl?
I did. I absolutely did. No, I see what you're saying.
So that's my only.
Thanks, Steve. Other comments, questions? I have one comment. I was made aware of in between the first reading and the second reading, well, before the first reading, like the third time, I had mentioned to folks here that I had received a call and talked to an owner who lived on the river. Hold on, law and order, Tony. Who had threatened, and I thought it was just making an idle threat that he was going to take a bulldozer and clear out his riparian zone in advance of this so he could get grandfathered in. And I thought that was an idle threat, and I treated it as such. And I was called, essentially got a letter to the editors calling me a liar for relaying that memo, that conversation, which I didn't appreciate. And I've also been told by numerous public comments that we live on the river, we take care of the river. We would never do something like that, except it did happen about 6 days ago. A lot right next door to Gary Vick got completely clear cut and bulldozed and scraped down to the river's edge in between first and second reading. And I'm really appalled and really disappointed. Just dealing with the timing of all this. If we would have foreseen somebody doing that kind of destruction, I think we probably would have passed a moratorium, but that felt incredibly heavy-handed, and I just didn't think anybody would actually do something like this. So one of the suggestions I have, because I do not trust the Friends of the Roaring Fork to not have anybody else or anybody else who lives in riparian zone, whether they're a friend of the Roaring Fork or not, to not scrape their riparian zone down in the next 10 days before this ordinance goes into effect. And so I want to create a disincentive for anybody who's even contemplating doing that so they can get grandfathered status in. And I spoke with Carl, and he provided some sample language that potentially we could use. And so I will read it into the record. And what the idea would be is it's a slight change to this, where I'm not asking to not grandfather in existing landowners at all. So my property on the riparian zone would be grandfathered in its current state. Councilor Davis's would, and everybody else's would, except those who have and who are contemplating tearing up their vegetation in the next 10 days. And so the language, it's under 24A-1, and it would just add one sentence in there that says the removal of native vegetations, and the addition in that would be existing on or before September 1st, 2020, not to exceed the 20% of setbacks area defined below to allow any property owner private access and personal enjoyment of the waterway. This shall not be interpreted to allow for permanent structures of any kind within said area. So the two subsections would be the area, or the addition would be the area on or before September 2020. Anybody before that, anything that happened before that is absolutely grandfathered in its current condition. Anybody after that that, you know, scraped, and I would be open if anybody wanted to say, hey, that guy who scraped it last week, we'll even give him a pass and make it effective, you know, as of today, the grandfathering clause. But my suggestion would be that we make the grandfathering clause available. And really what my intent is not necessarily to even punish this person or to have the heavy hand, but it's to not give anybody incentive to run out and try to do the same thing in the next 10 days before this ordinance takes effect. Any thoughts on Councilor Davis's suggestion or my suggestion? Go ahead, Tony.
I was just curious, Carl, or maybe Jonathan, I'm sorry. Are you saying that it would not, you're not passing an ex post facto law. You're saying that anything from now on.
Right. Well, and essentially you have this, if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Carl.
On the effective date. But I think what we wanted to do was try to freeze in time, either September 1st or today, September 17th. But that the state that the property is in as of that date is the one we're working off of. Not, we're trying to avoid is to incentivize going out there and just scraping parcels. I think, frankly, which would be out of fear of something that wouldn't be that bad, but just in reaction. And so it wouldn't affect anybody with the state of their property today. It would just be from today forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
Go ahead, Steve. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you know what? Paula had her hand up next. Let me get to her first. Sorry, go ahead, Paula.
I agree with Steve's change to what he made, and I would agree with what you're proposing if we do it from today's day forward. It's just going to cause consternation if we try to backdate it and then decide on the guy that did it and all that type of stuff. So I just say let's keep it clean and move forward from this date on.
I would accept that amendment gladly. Steve, go ahead.
Help me with where that wording fits in again.
Yeah, sure.
You read through that so quick. You're in number 1.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so it is. Yeah, it's in, so 24, 24A applicability, 1, where it starts the removal of native vegetation. And we would add the clause after vegetation existing on or before September 17th, if that's today, yeah, September 17th, 2020. Then in 24A4 little I, it would read the area and then insert the clause on or before September 17th, 2020. So that clause gets replaced, so that it would read the area on or before September 1st or September 17th, sorry, 2020 did not contain significant riparian plant species or functions. And then in 4 little I2, it would start with the area on or before September 17th, 2020 was impacted by previous earth disturbing activities. Did that make sense, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just trying to set on those items where disturbance is involved, that it just sets the date as today is the kind of the baseline.
The 17th of September.
Yeah.
Charlie?
Yes, I'd move for the approval and second reading as amended of ordinance number, hang on a second, I lost it. I had it right in front of me, I lost it. Ordinance number 21, series of 2020, with the amendment Mr. Davis indicated today, the amendment that the mayor indicated in changing the setback amount to be 30% of the setback area.
Mr. Mayor, you said something about public comment. Were you going to take public comment on second reading or not?
No, I was joking.
You were?
Yes.
I wasn't laughing though.
That was it. It probably wasn't funny. No, I'm
Can
not
I-
taking public comment.
Can I make a quick comment?
Well,
Oh,
there's
after
a
the
motion
second.
on the table.
I'm
So
sorry, after that.
if there's a second to Charlie changing things up and going to 30%, then we can talk that.
I've got a comment.
Well, we need a second though. I thought.
I've got
Looks
a
like
comment.
yeah, looks like your motion dies without a second, Charlie. Go ahead, Steve. Comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Tony had a comment first, and then Steve had a comment. Trying to keep everybody in line. I apologize. Go ahead, Tony. You're muted, Tony.
I don't have a comment until we address the second reading. Till there's a valid motion.
Okay.
Mayor, may I revise my motion?
Yes,
I
you
move
may.
to approve
Oh,
second reading the ordinance 21 series 2020. The change in wording suggested by Councilman Davis and the change in wording suggested by the mayor. Nothing else.
Okay. Steve.
Second.
You know, this is where we get lost in Zoom. So I was ready to comment and second that motion, and was not even allowed the opportunity to. And then you were like, well, without a motion, without a second, it dies. So, you know, we need to give the opportunity for a second and not just assume there isn't one. Now, I would say, and my comment was, yes, I second Charlie's original motion. However, I think that with all of the items in that motion, that it really ought to be separated out. Because if you lose any one piece of that, then you lose the entire motion.
And I apologize. I think Zoom did lose it. I did not catch your second there to Charlie's original motion. So,
If that was seconded, then my most recent motion isn't in order.
okay. So let me just try to.
Split that motion out.
Okay. So Charlie's made a motion. So are you asking for a friendly
The
amendment?
motion that I made, I didn't think I'd seconded, was to approve ordinance number 21 series of 2020 on second reading, amended with the wording change that Steve made, the wording change the mayor made, and the change to 30%. That was my motion. And Steve, I'm happy to listen to how to break it out. I was trying to make it as simple as possible.
Yeah, and I would second it, but I would appreciate an opportunity to take at least to split that into two motions so that we can read on the 30% separately.
All right.
I mean, I think if that's council's desire, Charlie, and you're willing to amend your motion is to amend the ordinance, not to approve it on second reading, but to simply amend that language. I think that's the vote you need to take. Because
Sorry if I
on
misstated.
second reading with those changes, you just approved it and we can't go back and take up the 30% again.
Explain that again about 30%, Carl.
So if the motion you have on the table, I'm sorry to be so hyper technical. The
No.
motion on the table is to approve on second reading with those amendments. So without any discussion of the 30% or 20%, that's your motion on the table. If you vote on that, the ordinance is approved on second reading and we're done.
Right.
If you change your motion to simply to be amending the ordinance to include those changes in language only and not to move for final approval yet.
Okay, let me rephrase my motion. I think I understand what you're saying. If I may, Mr. Mayor? My motion would read, I'd move to amend the ordinance number 21 series of 2020 with the change suggested, well, with 30%. First of all, to see if that gets approved.
Okay, that makes sense.
Second.
It's been moved by Charlie, seconded by Steve. Further conversation, Councilor Hershey.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted and then I was muted. I'm still at a loss. You know, we heard at the very beginning of this meeting, which seems like it was yesterday, a woman complaining about RAFTA taking her property. I still don't know with what everything is going on, why we feel that we have to impose on people's property rights who happen to have been fortunate enough to buy land along the river. That being said, you know, one of the biggest property owners along the river is us, or the people.
Tony, and I don't mean to cut you short, but if we could keep our comments specific to the motion that's on the table and not
I understand.
rehash.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I would consider supporting 30% if that's the direction of this council, reminding everyone that a 3-3 is a no. But in general, I don't support this. In general, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I got off track.
No, that's okay. As long as you're not worried about me bringing you back on. Go ahead, Steve. No, Steve I think I just didn't lower your hand. Rick, go ahead.
You can lower people's hands when they raise them. I didn't know that.
I can't.
Even on the books. I think that I'm not sure what this motion is, but we have this unfortunate tendency to throw everything in but the kitchen sink. And then it gets to be this ball of yarn, and then we spend half an hour trying to, dissect the yarn. So is the motion, just for point of clarification, to change the disturbance zone from 20% to 30%? And is that the only thing that we're voting on at this time?
That's okay.
No. Yes?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. And, if we could take these one at a time, we could get over this kind of quickly. I would just, encourage us not to keep piling things into a motion. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Paula. Thanks.
This vote is not to pass the ordinance with the 30%, but just to change it to 30%, right?
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
I guess my comment will be that, we've talked about this. We've taken half a dozen votes on 20%. And I think at second reading to try to throw this in when Shelley is not here is fine and it's fair. But just know when Shelley gets back in 2 weeks, we will address this again if this motion passes. I think she will probably have something to say about that. So I think she elected not to be on this call tonight because she's on vacation, feeling that it was the second reading was 99% of the way there. And I think she would feel pretty put out if it got changed to 30% tonight. And I think that would have her probably requested me to put on the agenda this topic all over again. So that's my comment. I won't support that part of the motion. But it's been moved and seconded. Unless there's further comments, Catherine, can you take roll call?
Willman,
Yes.
Cope, Godus,
No.
Davis,
Yes.
Hershey,
I'm thinking. Yes.
Step,
No.
Voorhees,
Dun, 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 dun. No.
All right. 3-3 motion.
I move to amend the ordinance to add the changes. In this case, they put both of them in, the changes suggested by Mr. Davis and changes suggested by yourself with the date of September 17th, today's date.
And to approve, and is this one to approve on second reading?
Well, let's get that passed, and if we get it passed, then we get second reading.
Okay.
I'll second that. Any further conversation? Really? All right. Catherine, let's call the question.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Hershey,
No.
Davis,
Yes.
Step,
Yes.
Willman,
Yes.
motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 21 as amended in the last motion and second reading.
Seconded.
Second.
Moved by Charlie, seconded by Dr. Voorhees. Let's Catherine, let's call the question again.
Godus,
Yes.
Davis,
No.
Step,
Yes.
Hershey,
Tony, your mute's on. I'm sorry, my friend.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. No.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Willman,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right. I take a victory lap that we finally did that, but we need to move on. Item 14. This is the First Amendment and restated Glenwood Springs Roaring Fork School District IGA regarding the Confluence Area Land Exchange. This is the F6 designation, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Somebody? Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jen.
Share my screen here. I apologize. I'm having a small amount of trouble. Just 1 second, and I will bring up the. I think it's because I have multiple screens going. Do you guys see my PowerPoint?
We do not.
Well, it is in your packet. If you'll give me just a second, I will go through it, and I will maybe make another attempt here in a second.
Is Travis
So-
around?
I do need some tech support. So this is a restated version of the IGA that was passed by City Council and the school district in 2016. Council approved the IGA with the school district following the vote that allowed for the land to change hands. That was the recycling center. And the plan was to for the city to take possession of approximately half of the 4.7 acre Vogler Park site. Since that time, the two entities have been in the process of converting a portion of Vogler Park's 6F designation to another site. Federal law requires the 6F parkland remain permanently dedicated to outdoor recreation unless the designation can be shifted to another equivalent property. And I wish that I could get my screen to show so that we could talk a little bit through the map. But there is a piece that's parcel 1 in your packet that is red. It's the existing 6F designation that would be converted. So it's the piece that's kind of around the former youth zone building. And there is a blue piece, a blue parcel that's that is where the existing Vogler Park amenities are today. And the school district has put in youth soccer fields, a playground, play fields, and a basketball court in that area. So those improvements have already been made to the Vogler Park site. But in 2019, Colorado Parks and Wildlife let the school district know that the value of those improvements to the park would not be able to count toward this shifting of the designations. So there are 2 other parcels, a green parcel that is on the western edge of the railroad corridor and Rio Grande Trail, and another piece in purple. Both of those replacement parcels would be used to offset the loss of parcel 1. And the blue parcel, which is the piece where Vogler Park is today, would remain, and its 6F designation would remain. And then, so when we went through that process and the value of the improvements on Vogler Park, the improvements to the actual site that the school district had made were not counted toward the value, we started looking for other parcels that we could re-looking at, actually, because they had been part of the original consideration prior to my time at the city, when Shannon Pellin and Terry Parch were working on this primarily, and Robin Milliard. So there are two parcels, one which is 1201 Riverside Drive, which is just off of where you would turn onto Riverside Drive if you were going to the Raymond property right at the Rio Grande Trail. So it is primarily today used by, I think, anglers. There is, it looks very private. There's an old no trespassing sign, and there is a little place where people kind of sneak around the fence, and there's an old kind of wooden staircase. I mean, it's very primitive, but I think that parcel is one that we are looking to convert that 6F designation to. And then another parcel that is near the intersection of 23rd and South Grand and 82, where that funny intersection is at 23rd. And so there in your packet are identified two parcels on what is identified as the Parkinson lot boundary adjustment map that's in your packet. And you do have this PowerPoint that's in your packet as well. So the yellow parcel, parcel 1, which is farther to the north, is what we would be proposing to designate the 6F to. It would actually not be as large as is identified on that map, primarily because the value would be more than the amount that we are seeking to designate. But we still haven't identified exactly what that final configuration would be. But our biggest concern with that parcel was keeping parcel 2 that's identified in red, the area that would, there is identified here a potential busway that's related to the MOVE study that that Terry may or may not talk about more tonight, but you've had a chance to look at and talk about a little bit already. It also could be that that intersection is ultimately improved with a roundabout, or CDOT has an example where there would be a reconfiguration of the roadway of South Grand that would have a kind of a more straight ahead rather than an angled intersection there. And all of that would fit within that red that's identified. So that red piece on parcel 2 that's on the Parkinson property would be retained for other future things, not have a 6F designation. And to be clear, what we are suggesting in the IGA that you have before you tonight would not transfer the ownership of these parcels, just add the park designation. With that, I'm open for any questions, and I'm going to try one more time to get the PowerPoint up.
Right. Questions? Steve Davis.
So Jen, we've been talking about this for, I don't know, years now. And you had to take this before the state for approval, or the feds. Have they actually approved this final plan?
They have not approved it. What we wanted was your approval to move forward with this. We have had a conversation regarding both of these parcels. We will need to have a biologist come out, and we will have to put this back through the process. But we have had a conversation with the folks at CPW. And it was encouraging.
And then, you know, a lot of this is underwater, right? It's out in the river. So is that really, you know, apples to apples exchange for?
So we're there are those 2 parcels that the school district has that would be in the original application that would be added to the 6F exchange. So that is some of the value here. And then these would be the additional value. So I think you have to take it all together. And there is a requirement that there be improvements to the site made related to recreation. And so at some point there will need to be improvements. We have suggested that improving the trails for anglers, the primitive trails that are on the Ballard property or the property that's on Riverside Drive. And then, you know, improving there's kind of a little bit of, it's a goat trail that I think the Parks Department kind of mows around that kind of more primitive trail that's off of the Rio Grande on the Parkinson parcel. So there will need to be some improvements related to these parcels.
And I assume that those improvements will have to be pledged to before we actually take it to the feds.
I think just identified in the application. I don't know that we have to have the exact, you know, sign, or if we're going to do a shelter, or how that improvement looks to those trails. That's not what I have understood. That I think it's more of a description at this point. I do have a meeting next week to working with the school district's consultant to work through some of the remaining paperwork that we would need to do to get this back in that process.
Okay. And I don't want to go on and on because it's getting late, I know, but I'm just a little confused in the process. You know, we had this, I'm thinking it was like 2 years ago, and we submitted it to the feds once, didn't we? And did they put thumbs down on our plan? And so how is this plan that much different than it was before?
I think what was formally submitted to submitted before Steve was just the school district properties with their improvements. And then we have been kicking around different tentative plans. I think there was a midpoint where some parcels were suggested that they didn't feel had the same values. So we came back, and you'll remember right around the beginning of COVID, I had a conversation with everybody, ran through the maps and everything in a socially distant way, if I remember correctly, about proposing these parcels. And then just in the course of, obviously the school district has been kind of busy with some other stuff, is kind of why it's taken this long to get the updated IGA. But I think the state and feds want to see that we are in accord with the school district on parcels we're looking at before we can take the next step.
All right, thank you.
And Steve, this is that map that shows the kind of what the green line, you guys can see that now. The green line shows there are some parcel or pieces, and I can go back one slide. The green that is kind of along the Rio Grande, and then the purple are those replacement parcels that would be added as 6F. And it's just if I go to the next slide, it's the improvements that would have in the first iteration, we were hoping that those improvements that the school district made would make up the value.
All right, thank you. I'll have additional comments when we get to the comment section. Those are my questions.
Sorry, Paula, go ahead.
So Jen, just so I'm understanding pretty clearly, what we're asking right now is, do we just continue this IGA agreement with the school district? we're not saying it's this land, we're not saying, we're just saying we're going to continue what we're working on. Is that correct?
So the IGA that you have actually does identify these as the replacement parcels to be well up. And I know I've got the ability here to talk a little bit better about these, but the Riverside Drive parcel would be the in its entirety, the entire value and the entire parcel. And Steve, this may be a little bit of what you were talking about. A lot of this land is in the river, but you know, the piece that's kind of flat that comes right off of the Riverside Drive intersection. There was a house there at one time, is my understanding, and so there's a flat piece that does have a beautiful access to the river. So could be nice, improved for anglers. And then, although there may be some secret, you know, folks who use it today who don't, they have it all to themselves right now. And then the parcel 1 that's in yellow, this, what is identified here is the value, it would be $525,000 if I'm recalling correctly. So it's more than the total value if you put the 315 and the 525 together than we would need. So we were trying to work with the appraiser to find a smaller parcel 1 would have that land then go to the parcel 2 that the city would not designate as 6F.
So sorry to interrupt here. It's just so I'm really clear. So the drawing on the left, the parcel 2, that would, if we did that, then we're done. Otherwise, the depicting on the right, we would need to do some version of that.
We would need them both.
Okay, so everything I see on this screen, we would need both.
We would need both with a smaller piece of the yellow in parcel 1 on the right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Charlie.
I don't know if it was clear.
I guess my question is, what do we need to do tonight? I'm unclear. Do we approve the IGA? What do we need for you guys to go forward?
Approve the IGA, Charlie. This just cleans us up and brings us back into alignment with the school district. I mean, we've been working in good faith. It's not, I'm not overly concerned about either end. We're just trying to get our T's and I's back in line.
Okay.
And I think we think it's important for you to understand that on these parcels, we're putting in this, you know, if it's approved, we're putting in the same 6F designation, right? So you won't be able, as a council, to just use this property however you want. It will, if it needs to be changed, it will have a years-long process to change anything, assuming we could even find land that would be accepted. So it is not a small decision.
And you don't have to make that decision tonight if you want to say that you want to think about. I mean, I agree, it is a big decision, and it is something that if you were interested in that, we can go forward, I think, and have some more conversations with some additional conversations with CPW, but I don't think that that's without cost either, or effort from the school district. You know, we are trying, I think we've been working on this with them since 2015. Is that right, Carl? 2015.
Yeah.
Further questions? Steve.
No, I jumped ahead of your questions, so I'll sit back and wait for comments.
Let me open this. You know, this is kind of a community conversation, so I think I need to open this up to public comment. Anybody from the public like to comment on this 6F land swap? All right. Going twice, going 3 times. Back for comments. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I fully support this. We've put in a lot of work over the years seems like years and years on this. And I think the parcels that you've identified should be untouchable for parkland. Honestly, there so much of it actually is would have very little other value. It's steep sloped. It's difficult access. So I have absolutely no problem with making a motion to accept these parcels as presented for that exchange to the 6F.
Second.
I do have additional comments.
Does that include approval of the IGA, Steve?
Yes.
Tony, was that your assumption?
Second again, yes.
Okay. Moved by
Yeah.
Steve, seconded by Tony. Further comments?
And I do have additional comments. Is it my turn?
No, it's Deborah's.
Okay.
And staff is supportive of this. I don't want to make it sound like we're not, as I'm telling you, like, it's a big decision. And, the other thing you have to realize is that this will require more maintenance on our part. I don't think a terrible lot, but just, as you consider, we're already not maintaining many of our parks in a way we would like to. This will just be probably another parcel that we're not maintaining to the standard we would like to once we get it fixed up.
And I guess I'll jump in on the comment thing. I know Steve has been biding his time to make further comments, but I think that is something that we need to contemplate. Paul and I have talked a little bit about the land above Walmart. I think we need to have a work session, the next meeting or a soon future meeting where we talk to the Aspen Valley Land Trust and other folks to see what their interest is and who wants to take the lead and who wants to be at that table. But I think, Deborah, having additional parcels of land in city boundaries that we aren't maintaining or contemplating. I know the only reason Tony got on council was so we could have a better dog park, and we have not done that well. I'm joking, Tony, but no, we all would like that. It might be the worst dog park in I've ever seen, and it's sad and it's lonely and it's pathetic. And I'd love to have something, but we don't have the funds, and we haven't had the funds to do something with it. And so I guess, when I look at parcels, I'm diverging here a little bit, but when I look at the things that we're not maintaining, if we do the 6F designation, I would like to have a conversation the next year how we might do a little bit better job with our very limited resources. I get that. One of the things that strikes me is we have 3,000 acres of land that we own in South Canyon that, we had a proposal about a year and a half ago, and it didn't really go anywhere. And then before COVID, we were going to take up again the idea of putting out an IGA, and that never, that I think COVID kind of killed that. But I would like to see an IGA go out, just myself, and if anybody wants to support me on this, but I'd love to see an IGA go out and have staff bring back proposals to where if we have willing partners that aren't going to cost us a lot of money to, at least when it comes to South Canyon, get rid of an E. coli cesspool, as well as, and I'll speak on behalf of, I think I'm not speaking out of turn to speak on behalf of Councilor Kopp, definitely contemplate the elk habitat and the wilderness nature of some of the areas, as well as primitive camping, all that. So I think that's a low-hanging fruit. I know we're talking about the 6F designation, but I just don't think we can talk about more parkland and not maintaining things without saying we have an opportunity here. I would love to see that move forward. So I guess that's my comment. And if there's any other thoughts on this 6F designation that I just went off, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I'm still here. I totally support, Jonathan, your comments on South Canyon, and I think I would really like to see that come right back to us. I know that's not what we're talking about here. All parks do not have to be groomed like golf courses, and I, for one, have no thoughts that this land being designated as parkland has to be at this juncture. The city's not in a position to take on any more in that regard at this time. I think some of the improvements that need to be made to get down to what Jen referred to as the fisherman's access down by the Raymond property or Riverside Drive there would be great. Community projects for, for the River Commission or, other public groups to be able to do that. I also, and just following on Jonathan's comments on South Canyon, all this ties together, this 6F designation. This all started eons ago when we decided to move a sewer plant to West Glenwood. Everybody is continuing to talk about development of the confluence, development of the 8th Street crossing, and I think those are two separate, it's all under one development thing, but it's two separate areas. And I really think that we were real close to picking a master developer before COVID. All these things got pushed aside, and we really need to come back around to it. We had a number of respondents that are left hanging out there, some that I think still have an interest in that conversation. And I'm not looking for the city to spend a lot of money, but I think we need to tee that back up and get it on the next agenda or the agenda as soon as we can to continue that conversation. I was in DDA day before yesterday. They're very interested in that conversation and they want to have a seat at that table, and they should. I know if Leslie Bethel was around, she would be beating her fist on the table, demanding that she be running that show. And that's the next thing we need to talk about as we go forward. That's a long-term plan. I don't care what you do. We're not going to put a shovel in the ground there for several years, but we have to develop some kind of plan if we're ever going to go forward. If somebody else would just say amen to that, I think that's about what it takes to move this forward and get it on an agenda.
I'll say amen because one of the few things I get to do as mayor is put things on the agenda. So, I mean, if people tell me actively they don't want to discuss this, then I'm more than happy to not put on an agenda. But I think that's something that we can just move forward. I think we owe it to the people who have put those things, put the time and energy into it to give them an up or down vote, just like we're going to do before COVID. And it seems like there's some interest still in, from the community's perspective. Let's see if there's still that interest from those groups. Paula.
I don't want to get too far away from what we're trying to be passing here tonight, which I do support. But I do want to say that I do believe in the future. And yes, we were waylaid by COVID, and everybody in the world was, but any pandemic or international or national health crisis, it has a time and it passes, whether it's 1918's flu or the polio epidemic of the 1950s, and we'll see a change. And with that in mind, I think the council should be discussing things. I think things that come up should be brought before the whole council and talked about, and whether it's, what we could do with South Canyon. As Jonathan mentioned, I've been in some conversations about the property behind Walmart that kind of came up because of the trash problem. And there's some potential there that I think it's worth bringing to the council if it's not going to cost us money. I do believe there are places that we can have that need minimum grooming, or we can find partners to help us in maintaining those kind of areas. But I do think what Jen has worked on and what the city has been doing with this property right now and trying to get this done, let's get it done, because Vogelaar is a huge component of that conversation Steve wants to have. So we need to move forward. So I'd say let's make a vote on it and let's go.
Thanks. Charlie.
Ditto. Call the question.
All right. Thanks, Charlie, for
Try to be succinct, Mr. Mayor. I support what Steve has indicated, yourself, Paula, I think, and I think and Rick, I think Big Council, I think we need to start moving forward. We can't be stagnant. So
let me, was there a motion in a second that I missed? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, been motioned and seconded.
Okay, as part of this conversation, just because a lot of stuff has been mentioned, can I just get kind of head nods in general that we want to address in the next several meetings or however staff it determines it? Paula's conversation with the land behind Walmart, probably a work session, an RFP for South Canyon, and bringing back and seeing what interest the developers have in continuing the conversation on the 8th Street crossing. Is that something that, in general, don't have to be part of the motion, but in general, can we get some head nods of, yes, we want to move these conversations forward? Yes, Charlie?
no, I say
Oh,
yes.
okay. Do I have general
Yes.
head nods on those? Okay, no head nod. No on Tony, but yes on everybody else? Okay. I love you too, Tony. All right.
Can we call the question?
Yes. Sorry. I just want to get clarification because a lot was talked about. Catherine, let's call the question.
Willman,
Yes.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Hershey,
No.
Step,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Davis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Next item is city manager contract. Carl, are you going to present this, or is Deborah going to present? Am I going to do this?
We're gonna do this. It is not.
All right.
It's not
So-
my kind.
It was, okay, I'm more than happy to do this. I think that this was something we had done an evaluation of Deborah. I think some of this stemmed from my experience with the city of Aspen many years ago and how they had done 360 reviews. We had never done that in Glenwood Springs before. And so our first opportunity to do that, we did it with Deborah. Everybody's seen them. We saw them 6 months ago before COVID. And frankly, usually, and I'll just editorialize a little bit here, but usually when you do these things, there's one area of weakness where, one user group, either the bosses, which is us, community members, or subordinates, the staff, you will see some weakness in one of those groups, and there just really wasn't. And this isn't, unfortunately, we've already done the evaluation. We already have given Deborah some great feedback. And I just want to, I think the results speak for themselves. Those 360 reviews are public. We don't have, they're anonymous, but the aggregate scores are public. I think they should be shared widely because they're fantastic. The thing that we, at the time we were talking about, again, pre-COVID world, was, Deborah is, for her position and responsibility, probably, and we did, Anna Eitenberg and I had done some comparisons of other like cities and found out that our city manager is actually fairly, not dramatically, but is certainly slightly underpaid, especially considering how she has steered us through this COVID and this other, and all the other challenges. I would say that speaks volumes, as well as her performance review. So it was surprising to me a couple of weeks ago to find out that while Deborah had restored all of the employees' salaries 3 or 4 months ago, that she hadn't restored her own salary. And I think that was overlooked by all of us. And I think that now it's time that when I was made aware of that it surprised me. And I think we need to definitely, at the very minimum, restore her like we've restored all of the other employees with the city, to at least what she was making prior to COVID. And so I think that's part of it. And the other part that Deborah has asked us to consider is also extending her contract. We could have 3 new city councilors here. We are certainly, at least in the next 60 days, going to have 1 new city councilor and potentially and additionally 2 new city council people coming on in April. We don't know. If that's the case, that's a very untenable position for a city manager to be in, to have almost a brand new council, a half of a brand new council, 5 months out from the end of her contract. And no other employee in almost any other situation operates under that uncertainty. And I think we owe it. It's an at-will state, but we do owe it to Deborah to extend her contract proactively ahead of that. It was done before this new council came on. We've had enough time to evaluate it and evaluate her. So that's the staff presentation from your mayor. Charlie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree 100% that when Deborah restored everybody else's salary, she should have restored her own. I think she and I had a brief conversation about it at the time, and it didn't go anywhere beyond that. So I fully support both the restoring her salary as of September 14th, I guess is the date as I remember in the First Amendment, and extending the contract. So I would move to approve the Fifth Amendment to the city manager contract.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further comment, Paula?
I'm amazed by Deborah. She does an amazing job, and I'm not sure if she ever sleeps. But I just need some clarity. And so on these contracts, and we're extending it by 2 years, and I'm working this from my memory of newspaper reports because I wasn't on council at the time, but in previous councils, I think sometimes with contract extensions comes different compensation or bonuses that have happened in the past. But this year, it looks like we're using a 3% cost of living increase according to the documents that were included with our packet. What is how does this work? I mean, and maybe Carl, you could address it as knowing the contracts, or Deborah, but is it cost of living that you get, or do we kind of look at
it's frankly, so the city manager serves at your leave, right? So they are not typically, unless the contract specifies those increases specifically, which is typically not the case and not the case here, whatever increases that you would give to the city manager are yours to determine, and they're not necessarily tied to what the other employees get. So you'll recall in 2019, and I can't remember exactly when in 2019, there was the change in salary to 170. And that was approved by council. That
was February, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And so
I was going to say it wasn't in mine, so I just didn't. Yeah. Okay.
So that's the number in this. This is just restoring to the level that she was at previously. There's no other increases over where she was at before she agreed to, or actually she was the one that proposed taking that $20,000 cut during the period when we had furloughed employees, as well as senior management took a 10% reduction. So this just brings her back to that level.
Okay. For some reason, I thought her salary was 165 and we were moving to 170 with this. So
has it already approved? The 170 had already been approved in place, but then
Deborah's raising her hand.
Just because I know Carl wouldn't be as focused on this as I would be. What you guys did when I proposed cutting my salary, I said I would like to cut my salary. However, I would like you guys to, I think I said reduce my pay to 150, but go ahead and make my salary 170. So it reflected what the rest of the employees got in the beginning of 2019. So all the employees got a 3% cost of living increase on January 1 of 2020. That was what, when we did my review, I was going to ask for that 3%. You did my review right before COVID hit, and I just couldn't. So that was my, don't let me fall behind, give me my 3%, but in reality, just don't pay me for it. If that
Yeah,
makes
no
sense.
problem. I was just trying to get clarity on it because if we were, yeah, I just didn't know if that was like a contract adjustment where we adjusted and we determined as 7 people, you know, maybe it's more than 3%, maybe it's, so I just was trying to get a sense of how
I guess
that
from
works.
my standpoint, if you want to, Paula, you can do whatever. I think this
Right.
was the number that was agreed on.
Okay.
I'm a
I
Scrivener.
just needed clarity on that. Thank you.
literally
And
read
again, Deborah, amazing job. I just wanted to figure out how this worked.
And I think traditionally, we would traditionally do this in executive session, but we're not, you know, we're not holding those right now. So we're doing it publicly. And, you know, traditionally a manager would negotiate with you guys in executive session about a pay increase or benefit increase. But where we are with COVID right now, I think, you know, I should stay with where my employees are. And that means a 3% for this year and no raises for next year. And I just think that is just where we should be. If, you know, if we have an amazing tax revenue next year, I would like, you know, us to think about a pay increase for employees. But until we get through, you know, at least half of next year, I just want to focus more on keeping my employees that I have.
And I appreciate that. And I seem to be at the lead of awkward salary conversations today. So, but it's just clarity on my part. And thank you for your generous offer. And I think it's up to council to decide, but I really appreciate everything that you do for us.
And Paula, I will just add, thank you for asking the questions because I think they're
Yes.
good questions.
They're brave questions, actually. These are really tough questions to ask. No, I mean that. So I appreciate it because I'm not asking them. Councilor Hershey, do you have video?
Yeah,
Are you
it
able?
keeps going off. Am I muted?
Nope. I can see you and you're loud.
Sorry.
Enough.
Well, I'm afraid the Love Fest is nice, but you know, people work for the government. If they don't like their job, they can quit. I will remind everyone that I made a motion some time ago to restore her salary. I think that someone works hard, they should be paid equivalently. But we are having an election coming up. The city manager mentioned executive session, which of course brings up my issues with executive session, and the 6 members of this council asked me to resign. When you did that, you wrote a lengthy letter and questioned my ethics. And a lot of that letter included material that was obviously provided by the city manager. And I think she participated in the coup. Unfortunately, I chose not to resign. So I'm still here. We're going to have an election. I understand the uncertainty, and there may be 3 new members here and they may not want this. So I cannot support a contract extension, but I think she should be paid like she was before, because she works very hard and deserves her salary. I said that 3 months ago, but I can't support a contract extension. Thank you.
I'll just respond to that. I can unequivocally say, and if Councilor Voorhees, who helped draft that letter, would care to opine as well, that Deborah had absolutely nothing. It contributed nothing and wanted nothing to do with any conversation about that. And you can believe that if you want or not, but none of that information was provided.
Well, the emails belie that, Mr. Mayor, and anyone can go look at them because of a core request. And she participated back and forth facilitating those conversations, which was a violation of the Colorado Opens Records Act. And, you know, she and I have had our differences. She clearly doesn't like me. I don't like her, but that doesn't mean she shouldn't be paid the amount of money that she deserves. And I think that there'll be a conversation in the next council whether to go in a different direction or not. And I may be in the minority again, but we'll see. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to finish out my comments as well. And again, reiterate that there was no open records violation. And if there is one that anybody wants to allege, either yourself or Mr. Parsons, you're more than welcome to do that. You're more than welcome to file a complaint with the Secretary of State or whoever files this, the Attorney General, and I would welcome that. Deborah participated in nothing, and no one can say anything different and prove anything or allege anything. And I will take a stand and I will attest to that. So I want to dispel that right now. Thank you for those comments. I don't agree with any of them. I am not supportive of Charlie's motion. The only changes I would ask, if he's willing, is to make Deborah's restoration of pay retroactive to the time when she restored all the other employees' pay, which I believe was I was corrected is about a little over a month ago. So if that would be a friendly amendment to make that pay restoration retroactive when she did everything else.
Yeah, give me another comment. I'll be happy to add that.
Okay.
Comment first.
And then the other thing.
One of the things that I was going to raise after we voted on this is, if I remember, our salary reduction that we took was tied to Deborah's when that was restored. Carl, maybe correct if I'm wrong.
Actually, it was tied to when you made a determination that the financial condition of the city was such to restore it, or the end of the year, whichever came first.
So it's not tied directly to giving Deborah hers? Oh, okay. Then thank you for that clarification. In that case, yes, I'd be happy to amend my motion to make it back effective to the date to all the other employees.
And the other, I guess the other comment I would say.
We need to get Rick to agree to my.
Oh yeah, Rick, I'm sorry. Would you agree to that portion of the amended motion?
I certainly would.
Okay. And the other thing, and I know it's we are elected officials and we serve at the will of the people. And I know it's hard for Councilor Hershey because he didn't have power over us to lash out at us. And the only way to exert his power is by lashing out at a person who had absolutely nothing to do with how his feelings were hurt when we wrote that letter. And I think that that's unfair.
Feelings aren't hurt, Mr. Mayor.
I understand, but I still have the floor and I'm still commenting right now. And so I understand that he is not a fan of Deborah, and that's not what this is about. This is about being fair to all of our employees. And, Deborah said, I think it's fair to give Deborah the certainty that all the other employees of the city enjoy as well. So I would also ask for an additional amendment if Charlie feels it's appropriate, that we extend our contract to, instead of 1 year, we extend it from the current contract, instead of the 1 year that's proposed, an additional year on top of that.
That would be until when?
December of 2023.
I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I extended her contract. I'd rather negotiate it at the end of 22 and look at what other benefits she may want to negotiate with us in executive session or otherwise. And so it's not that I don't want to extend it. I don't think that's fair to her because it'll kind of locks her into the current amount. We as a council, next meeting, 4 of us could decide to fire the city manager. And, so extending the contract doesn't do anything more than that. So I don't think that provides any additional security. Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm comfortable with doing the end of 2022 and sitting down with her at that point. I will still be on council, to negotiate what any additional extension should include. That's the only reason I'm not comfortable doing it right now.
Well, no, and I guess I would say the extension of the contract just provides her certainty. It doesn't lock her into her pay or benefits. We will evaluate that next year.
And I promise, guys, I am okay. I asked for what I wanted in this, and I don't need anything more than, the 2 years and my pay restored. So, but I really appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
I'd rather leave the motion as is, and not do it. And it's not, I'm like Steve Boyd. If I had nightmares, I'd be Deborah. She wanted to go somewhere else because she's that valuable to us. So I don't intend to be anybody to terminate her employment anywhere in my career in the city council. So.
All right. Thanks, Charlie. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I would strongly support extending the contract till the end of 2023. Deborah has exemplified integrity and honesty all the way through. There may be personal vendettas that people want to bring up in some sort of word salad motif here that would take away from that. But what we have is a city manager who has worked diligently, honestly, and quite hard. We wouldn't be where we are today if Deborah and her staff hadn't united and taken us forward. I mean, I shudder to think of what types of leadership we would have maybe had by somebody who cared less, who didn't want to work hard and was fundamentally dishonest. I think that we're going to be lucky if we can keep Deborah to the end of 2023, and we ought to exercise the option to be able to do that now. I know that we can negotiate at the end, or you all can negotiate at the end of 2022, the terms of that employment. But stability is important now, and I suspect that Deborah is already, and maybe this is wrong, but I'm sure that there are a lot of people, a lot of municipalities who would love to get their hands on that kind of leadership. And so look a little further down the road, and don't base your decision on whether you like Deborah or don't like Deborah. Evaluate the professionalism, the job, the honesty, and everything that we've accomplished. Thank you.
Mr. Voorhees, I'm going to miss you. I will agree if you'll agree to 23.
Charlie, I will agree with that.
All right. I see Steve has withdrawn his hand. Is there any other comments? Okay, seeing none. I will open this up to public. You know what? I'm not going to open this up to public comment only because this is something that normally would be done in executive session. So it's odd enough that we're doing in the public sphere, and I don't know that the public should comment on a contract between us and the city manager. The public will be able to comment the next time there's an election. So, Catherine, let's call the question.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Willman,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Step,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Hershey.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate the support.
Thank you, Deborah. All right. Next on the agenda is the MOVE study. Terry, are you able to present tonight?
I think so. Let me try to bring up my screen.
I honestly didn't think we'd get to you, but we actually moved through some things pretty quick.
Yeah, I was wondering if you would be able to get to this. So I will try to make this fast. I'm sorry, I'm trying to share my screen right now. So as you guys are aware, we have been, RAFTA, the city, and Parsons have been working on this this MOVE study for some time now, since the beginning of the year. And, the main purposes behind the MOVE study were to evaluate, having BRT in their downtown area, looking at some of our parking issues, and looking at, vehicle operations and safety for pedestrians and bikes. So we have started with some of the hard parts of the study, which are the idea of BRT in the downtown area and where we would put it, as well as the idea of a downtown bus transfer station. And
friends.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Tony, can you mute yourself if you're gonna have other conversations? Thanks.
They're conversations, Mr. Mayor, relax.
Okay.
So we have had a fair amount of public input at this point in time. And most of it is trending away from the BRT alignment towards on the Rio Grande. But before we get into some of that public comment, I just kind of wanted to go over some of the goals of the study. You guys have seen these before. I'm just highlighting some of the ones that I think are some of the most important goals of the study. Improving mobility, connectivity, and safety and accessibility. Reducing congestion in the corridor. Encouraging a shift of auto trips to attractive and reliable alternative modes, and then supporting local livability, development, and sustainability. I also want to add that, one of the first things that I had the opportunity to talk about when I came here in 2012 was some of the, the Transportation Commission's disappointment, as well as some of the members of City Council's disappointment with RAFTA's decision to have or to build their BRT station on the far south end of the city. The concern at that time, and I believed it too, was that, there was a lot of I guess, anger about, you know, the idea that RAFTA would put a bus rapid transit station on the far south end of Glenwood, knowing that a lot of their customers were coming in from the West End. You know, I think at that time, you know, the city really would have preferred to have a station somewhere either on the north side or the far West End that captured those people, and then, you know, hopefully reduce some of the congestion of those people that were trying to move through our town and then pick up the BRT on the south side. So those were some of the initial opinions I heard about this. So, you know, I guess I wanted to kind of bring that kind of historic view back to the council. It was just one of the first things I heard, and you know, one of the values of having a downtown BRT station or BRT station on the west end or the south side. So with that, you know, like I said, we did have a lot of conversation both with the DDA board, and we've had a lot of public input in 2 different, you know, 2 or 3 week sessions. Also, again, with the Transportation Commission. At the Transportation Commission, we had discussions about, you know, why do we need a BRT in town? What's the value of having a BRT in town? And, you know, we had some discussions about future growth. So one of the points that, you know, I wanted to make to the council is that, you know, we are projecting quite a bit of growth on this corridor. So you can see some of these numbers here. And again, this is a 20-year projection. So today on the Grand Avenue corridor, we're at about 27 or 28,000 vehicles a day. And so you can see highlighted in yellow some of those projections. You know, they're based on growth rates that are calculated at each intersection. And so they, you can see that, you know, we're expecting a lot more people coming through town. In addition to just this growth rate on our corridor and these projections, you know, we also have information from DOLA, you know, about growth in the county and where it might occur. You know, and Garfield County is projected to grow in 2030 to 77,404 people and 105,711 by 2050. You know, we have a lot of employment growth, you know, in our own city. And so that's good news for our city. And I think good news overall for the county. But I think that the one thing that is important about this study and this growth is recognizing that, you know, as a city, I think that we need to be forward thinking and try to come with some sort of a mass transit solution through Glenwood Springs. You know, we've had many conversations with residents recently about fears about cut traffic and about congestion and about vehicle travel speeds and wanting to maintain our neighborhood's character. So I guess, you know, I fear that if we have, you know, this kind of growth on the corridor, that we will see, you know, a lot more people trying to cut through our neighborhoods. You know, it's a little bit of a fearful projection, but I think that instead of being fearful about it, I really would like to be proactive and, you know, come up with some other solution to get people out of their cars and try to reduce these numbers. So again, you've seen this all before, but I just wanted to bring up some of the alignments that we've talked about a little bit with the Transportation Commission. We have focused, you know, a lot on the Grand Avenue alignment, as well as on the Rio Grande corridor, and looking at, you know, having a busway on the Rio Grande, as well as a trail that's close, and then perhaps a trail that's further away to try and keep the character of the corridor. In the past also, and these were eliminated because of a lot of impact to the residential neighborhoods, Blake, Cooper in Colorado, and Pitkin. As you remember, you know, we would use the Rio Grande corridor essentially from 23rd all the way to 8th Street, and they have been proposing stops, you know, both at the high school and at the elementary school, along with various different access points. Again, on the Rio Grande corridor, we looked at a minimal construction option, which is essentially having a busway, a separated busway adjacent to the path. And then we also looked at trying to create more separation, either through a wall system, additional landscaping, moving the trail further away. One of the options along the Grand Avenue corridor that we had a lot of conversation with the Transportation Commission about was dedicated bus lanes on Grand Avenue. As you can see, this is kind of a rendering that shows one of those options. And this can be evaluated in several different scenarios. It can be evaluated as, just dedicated bus lanes, no vehicle access. It can be evaluated also as bus plus right-hand or left-hand turns, actually right-hand turns out of these lanes. So sort of similar to what we had on Grand Avenue when we had the Grand Avenue Bridge project. They can also operate as what we call peak hour lanes. And so it can be only during the AM and PM peaks, essentially from 7 to 9 and 3 to 6. And it can be only on one side, whatever the peak direction is. So these are some of the options that the Transportation Commission really wanted us to evaluate. Another option that came out of the focus group was a hybrid alignment. So, I guess one of the main comments from the DDA board was, please don't take any parking. Parking is very valuable to us. Some of the biggest impacts of having the BRT on the Grand Avenue corridor would be, having use of those parking lanes that we have today, either full-time or part-time, in an AM, PM peak period. So this was one of the ideas that came out of the focus group idea, which was to keep the BRT on Grand Avenue. And then when we got to the narrowest portion of the corridor, switch out to the Rio Grande corridor. And we've also been looking at transit stations. These were, our initial ideas are here in gray. The 7th Street in Colorado transit station is right at the Orson distribution property there that RAFTA owns, right off of 8th Street. The Rio Grande corridor, I'm sorry, 7th in Colorado is at 7th in Colorado, but the RAFTA property is the Orson distribution kind of just to the south of 8th Street. And then the Highway 6 was evaluated with our planning on that side of the river. In addition, when we talked to the Transportation Commission, they wanted to look at, instead of having any downtown station, they really wanted to just have inline stations on State Highway 82. So we are going to take a look at those. And they wanted to eliminate, well, these are not mutually exclusive. We could still have inline stations on State Highway 82 and have, the final terminus of the BRT be in West Glenwood. These are some of our parking, or will be part of our parking recommendations. One of the things that came out of the public input is highlighted, in blue here. And there were a lot of comments about increasing the parking capacity by building additional parking garages. So another capital project to look forward to. I'm just going to try and summarize some of the large points from this feedback, because really the point of this presentation is to make sure that the council thinks that we're going in the right direction and that we really shouldn't go ahead and eliminate any one of those alignments. So the DDA did review this project. Again, they were concerned about loss of parking along Grand Avenue. They were also concerned about maintaining the character of the Rio Grande Trail. They were concerned about turning Grand Avenue into a highway, and having the bus lanes immediately adjacent to the sidewalks. I think in the end, they reluctantly supported having the BRT along the Rio Grande, just because they felt like there were a lot of impacts to the downtown businesses. The Transportation Commission, on the other hand, really just hated the idea of having the BRT on the Rio Grande. Just a kind of a flat no-go. We shouldn't consider it at all. Instead, they wanted us to evaluate many other options on Grand Avenue. I think I've gone through some of those that they wanted us to consider. In addition, you know, particularly Ralph Trapani was a big advocate for transportation demand management and adding kind of restricted paid parking downtown. They wanted us to evaluate more origin and destination information and ridership for the bus service to prove that it would be, that the BRT would be something that was valuable to Glenwood Springs. They wanted to look at one lane, just having one lane on the Rio Grande corridor, and then again, evaluating those inline stations on Grand at 8th and 14th. Again, the focus group, you know, I think one of the good ideas that came out of the focus group was that hybrid option that we would like to go ahead and evaluate. And then we did receive 198 public responses. And I will say most people didn't like any of the BRT route options, but of the options that they presented, the Grand Avenue corridor received the most support. Most people didn't like any of the transit center options, but they, I guess they liked the transit center south of 8th Street, and the Highway 6 got the most support. Most people agree that the downtown parking is needed and support building another garage. They support improving the safety and convenience of the pedestrian bike network. They advocate for maintaining the trails in the winter and improving the intersections for bike safety. And again, most people liked the idea of improving the signal timing on Grand to make it easier for vehicles to get through town, and also for people to cross at 8th and Grand. So this is our schedule, which isn't really the important part of this presentation. What I really wanted to ask the council was, you know, given that we've had we've had a fair amount of public input and input from at least a few of our important commissions, the DDA and the Transportation Commission, and we're getting, you know, lukewarm support for the Rio Grande Trail from the Downtown Business Association, and then kind of real animosity from the Transportation Commission about the Rio Grande Trail alignment. I guess I wanted to ask the council, do you feel like there are any BRT options that we should just not continue forward with, that we should just go ahead and take off the table at this point?
Oh boy, hands are flying up. It's pretty easy to say no. Okay, Councilor Hershey, you got first word.
Thanks. I think the Rio Grande idea is a no. It's always been a no starter, even when light rail was being proposed back in the 90s. You know, one big solution, Terry, to all these move issues and transportation issues and parking issues and congestion issues is to limit growth. But I hear from other members of this council that we should be developing all these things and building more housing. I just don't think, I think maybe Glenwood is full. But as far as the corridor, which was your question, I just think the Rio Grande Trail is not an option. The landowners there don't want it. The homeowners don't want it. There's a dog park there that someday might be nice, Mr. Mayor. So I think we need to look somewhere else. Thanks.
Point of interest, and totally agree with you on the dog park, Tony, but Carl, I can't see you. Can you just give us a really briefly, what, we established at the very beginning of the meeting that RAPTA has the right of condemnation. They own the corridor through Glenwood. Do we own it? What rights and responsibilities do we have?
Yeah, so I think you have a lot of obviously political sway. They own the corridor for the most part as it passes through Glenwood Springs. I actually think they might own it completely. It's not one of the sections that is reliant on the rail line to maintain its status. So they, and notwithstanding that, they would have, in furtherance of a transportation project, the right of condemnation underneath their enabling statute. So, you know, they could do it, but realistically, with any of their member jurisdictions, certainly one that provides an equal amount of financial support to, you know, say the Aspen-Pitkin County other end of the valley, they're going to listen to what you guys say.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate that clarification. Paula.
Just a quick question, Terry. On the Rio Grande option, is there some kind of buffer system they're thinking of to protect those backyards of the neighbors going? Because I saw pictures next to the trail, but nothing really was addressed as far as having people have buses in their backyard. Is that like that portion would only be used part of the time, and other times the buses would go to Grand Avenue? Would they be traveling through that neighborhood at midnight, dropping off passengers? How does that work with those neighbors?
So I think for the Rio Grande Trail, we did look at two different options, and one of them was, having the trail essentially shifted, or the busway essentially shifted far to the east, as it could go within that really narrow right of way, and then trying to create some room between the busway and the trail. And then, the second option that we looked at on Rio Grande was to try to relax that a little bit, move the trail further towards the water. As it happens, the city actually owns a lot of that corridor. We're only missing 2 parcels really along that entire corridor. And I do think that, if we continue the BRT analysis, or BRT on the Rio Grande analysis, I think that there would be opportunities to, perhaps actually make the trail better, shift it further to the water, towards the water, and really create, a wider trail, a nicer buffer, those kinds of things, while allowing the BRT, that use.
My question is really the houses along that trail now. There are a lot of backyards lined up against it. I've walked that trail many times, and to have a bus drive through my backyard every 5, 10, 15 minutes would be odd. So I'm just kind of wondering what we're doing for those people.
I think that in similar ways that we would try to shelter the trail from the bus, we could do that for the residents as well. So we talked about fences, we talked about walls, and we talked about vertical separations. I think all of those things could, be used out there.
And if we did use the Rio Grande Trail, that would be the main route 24 hours a day. That's a question.
So, the Rio Grande or the BRT route has set hours, and they're not 24 hours a day. We were talking about the number of buses, and I think during their peak hours, we were talking about a bus every 6 minutes in each direction. But it's not a 24 hours a day. And I think we calculated that, during an hour, you might see 10 buses out there using that system. So it's not continuous, but, definitely noticeable.
Okay. That sways my opinion. I do like the hybrid one that you shared in the packet, as far as that was more closer to schools and that type of thing, and would seem to have less impact as it got back onto Grand a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. Charlie.
Terry, has anyone looked at, and probably get Steve Davis throw things at me, has anyone looked at Midland Avenue? Take BRT over to Midland off of 27th Street and bring it down to the West Glenwood station, and you could have maybe the transfer station still at the Orson place? Has somebody looked at that?
We briefly discussed it when the study first started, thrown out as an option. From RAPTA's perspective, they really did want to be able to pick up people in the downtown corridor. It's something that they've always wanted to be able to, have a pickup point where, ideally, I think that they would have a station, somewhere near 8th and 9th, and then somewhere near the high school on 14th, and then they would move all the way out to 27th Street, just because that's the population center. And we are looking, once we are able to pick a BRT route, the next phase of the study is to look at how RAFTA's local bus service and the city's local bus service tie into the BRT. And we've talked about, changing, the city's bus system that currently follows RAFTA's local bus system on Grand and moving it out to Highway 6 or, perhaps to a southern route. So I think that there will be some changes there that will facilitate more local connections. over time. But, I guess, again, your question was, what did we consider Midland? Not for this route.
Yeah, my thought is I don't know how many people you're going to pick up. I don't know if we set any real hard numbers and number of people you're going to pick up downtown. I'm like Paul, I'm not in favor of the 14th Street route, although I certainly appreciate the thought behind it. And the primary reason is particularly in the early morning hours when you have a lot of bus traffic, you also have a lot of high school traffic entering and exiting that parking lot. It is a total zoo at that intersection of 8th and Grand to get out. So I don't think it's a viable option. But I'm in favor of continuing to explore all options, I guess is my overall view.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Steve Davis, go ahead.
I don't have questions. I have comments. So let me know when that comes up.
I think people have kind of been doing both. So
Sounds like it. I politically correct, and
hey, I appreciate that.
Do what I'm supposed to do. So I don't like anything I see here. I particularly don't like the Rio Grande Trail and having buses run up and down the back of in the backyards of houses. I cannot imagine that we can lose any parking in Glenwood until we can replace parking in Glenwood. If we had a 6 or 8 story parking garage sitting next to City Hall or something, but I can't imagine you're ever going to take away all the parking on Grand Avenue and get away with it. The city's not going to allow you to steal that parking from these restaurants and retailers for the sake of RAFTA. And, I believe that RAFTA made a tragic mistake when they built the BRT station. It should have never been there. It should be in West Glenwood so it can pick up and eliminate all that, all the flow through traffic that it possibly could. I think if they want to build another station, it should be a transit hub out there for the commuters. There's no room for it downtown. There never will be, and I'll never support it. But I won't be here that much longer. So, maybe this is more of a long-term thing.
Do you have an announcement, Steve?
Yeah, I've got 2 years and
okay
left.
But you prefaced it like you had a tumor or something. I agree with a lot of what Steve says. I think having a downtown, I was at the last transportation meeting, and whether you call it a Ruby Park-like transfer station or whatever you call it, I think having a couple pull-out lanes so that they can pick up and drop off people who live in the downtown area or work in the downtown area, obviously not live and work. I'm pretty supportive of that. So if you want to call that a transportation thing, but a hub and dedicating acres to that, even in their own land that they own, I don't think that's productive, because you're going to have people bringing people into downtown. I don't think a BRT station in South Glenwood is tragic at all on 27th Street, as long as there's an additional one in West Glenwood. So I think Steve and I agree on that. I think the combination of the two is very effective. So I agree on that. I think that taking parking out of Grand is one of those, you asked the question, Terry, what can we eliminate? That would be mine. I can't imagine, and it's not, it's only because Grand Avenue bifurcates town and our downtown already so significantly. And I think adding 2 more travel lanes makes a majority of, it makes the entire Grand Avenue, because we have turning lanes like almost all the way through up until, I don't know, 17th or 18th Street. No, I think we have it all the way to like 23rd. So you're gonna have 7 lanes of travel lanes going through our town. And I think that doesn't feel like the town I know and appreciate. So that's why I don't like it. Now, that being said, whether we talk about Rio Grande or downtown parking, not everything has to be as Paula, suggested or was worried about, and I think we got it corrected. It's not 24/7 a bus every 5 minutes. It is, really what we're trying to solve is peak demand. And I appreciate Tony Hershey's comment about we can't get so much growth, but the growth is going to happen in West Glenwood. Not West Glenwood, excuse me. It's going to happen in the western part of the county no matter what we do. It has nothing to do with Glenwood Springs. We can't control it. We can't accommodate for it. We can't do anything. It's going to happen. The models show massive growth in Rifle and Parachute and Silt. And when that happens, they're all going to be coming through, clogging up and gridlocking Grand Avenue. Right now, I don't know what the definition of gridlock is, but it feels pretty darn gridlocked from about 4 to 6:30 every night. And it feels incredibly close to that every morning from 7 to 9. So I think there's a lot of half measures that we could do, whether it is eliminating parking on Grand Avenue. It's not eliminating, it might be for 5 hours a day, those travel lanes are for bus only, and then they revert back to parking. Again, I'm not a big fan of that at all. I think that if we were to do the Rio Grande corridor or contemplate that, it would be, you want to limit it for the residents, for the bicyclists and pedestrians. The two criteria I would have is you have to make that a better corridor for pedestrians. It's not that great of a corridor if you're riding your bike and walking on it. It's pretty, for a lot of it, it's just, you're getting from point A to point B. I would love to see some investment where we take that bike path down towards the river and give you some more scenery and access to the river instead of the back of Safeway and the light industrial and the recycle center. That's not an enjoyable ride, and going by a junky dog park. So I think I would like to see, as a criteria, as one of the criteria that guides it is if we contemplate that there be an investment in improving significantly the Rio Grande experience for the pedestrian bicyclist. And I would also like to see a conversation about how we minimize that impact to only the peak hours. So if we could only limit it to 5 hours a day, I think that's something that the community would grudgingly accept a conversation about. It could even be one lane. We could only have one lane going in the morning, and then we could reverse it in the night. So there's ways. It doesn't have to be 2 lanes of bus traffic continually going morning and night. I think there's a lot of ways we can scale this back, but still accomplish our goals. And all that being said, this is a move study. This isn't just about the 2 options of Grand Avenue and the Rio Grande corridor. It is, how does paid parking move the needle? Someone suggested in the Transportation Commission, what about HOV lanes through town? Whether CDOT would allow us to do that or not, I don't know. What about, Ralph Trapani has this acronym, Terry, you can jump in, but we've been talking about it for 20 years. What's that?
Transportation demand management is Ralph's favorite term. And, just so the council's aware of what that means, we just actually went through one of the greatest experiments of transportation demand management, probably in the history of the United States, with the COVID issue, where, we essentially shut down travel to work. And so, yes, it really worked. Our highways became uncongested, and we saw, a big decrease in traffic and a big decrease in pollution. That's an extreme measure, but that's kind of the idea, is you try to encourage people to work from home, shift their schedules, travel by bike, travel by foot if they can. Those are kind of those measures. And I do, we've talked about transportation demand management with Parsons, and I do believe that it's part of the solution. In order to reduce the volumes that, we just saw down to what we have today, I think we have to take an all of the above approach. It can't be, just parking management or transportation demand management or BRT even. I think we have to hit all of those things.
Yes. I agree.
Jonathan, if I could just add, I think what you and Steve both said, I agree with. When I say we should continue to explore all options, I think that's what I'm talking about. I think we got to continue to look and say, what's the best way we can get this done that serves everybody's needs, RAFTA's, the communities, all those things. And I'm not sure that I have enough information to say absolutely wouldn't agree to this or would agree to that. So it's all my comments.
Thanks, Charlie. Any other comments? Terry, are you looking for direction, or is this just a presentation about the progress?
You know, what I really wanted to get, or what I wanted to communicate, was that we're getting a lot of resistance about the the Rio Grande corridor, and I wanted to make sure that the council wanted to continue the analysis of that corridor. And it sounds like we have some mixed opinions still, even on the council. But if it's okay with you, I guess I'd like to continue to move that option forward with the best that we can do on that corridor, and I think, protecting the existing homeowners and improving the character of that bike path, and then also continue to evaluate all of those different ideas on Grand, and minimizing the parking take as much as we possibly can, and then bring you guys back, the best Grand Avenue option and the best Rio Grande option, and then, ask for your opinions from there, if that's okay with you guys. I hear a mix from you guys as well.
Paula.
I do agree with what Jonathan was saying about looking at not just like a total one solution, but look at different options at different times. And if you could include that in this consideration, that'd be great.
Yeah, definitely will.
Okay. Well, I think you have a lukewarm, tepid a thumbs up to continue going along with where you're at. Steve, go ahead. Sorry, I see your hand up.
That's all right. I just put it up. I just wanted to say that, we've got so much to work on, and I just hope, Terry, that you're not spending a lot of time on this, because I think this community is going to be not even lukewarm, but cold on most of this. I really think that, our best solution for reducing congestion in town is to get a station out in West Glenwood with ample parking. And that's a lot of the problem with the BRT station is they threw it down there. So now I'm driving in from Newcastle and there's no place to park anyway. How does that even work for those commuters? And there's no great answer. We live in a very narrow valley. There's not going to be good answers for this. I just hate for you to spend a lot of time on it when we have all these other issues that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I feel a little bit mixed about it. I do know that it's a serious uphill climb, but I guess the other story I want to share is when I came here as well. I was presented with 4 or 5 different bypass studies, and all of those analysis were done with the idea that that our community character is declining and the congestion is increasing. And what can we do about it? But with all those bypass studies, there was a lot of political resistance and a lot of cost. And I feel like we missed an opportunity to do a bypass route if that's what the community wanted. And I feel like we understand the projections of the traffic well enough now to know that we're kind of at a crossroads again. We could take some steps to try to lure people out of their cars and try to create a situation kind of like we had with the Grand Avenue Bridge, where if you got on the bus, you were moving faster than you were in the car, and it really incentivized people to get out of their cars and get on the bus. I think that it's still a good idea, like Steve said, to capture people on the west side, and I really believe strongly in trying to find a station that we can get them before they get into our downtown congestion. But I would say that, I think the analysis that we all make as vehicle drivers is that we're so much more comfortable in our cars than we'll ever be on a bus. And so you've got to save us some time being on the bus, or it doesn't make any sense. We'd rather sit in our cars and listen to our music and have our peace rather than get on a bus with other people. So I think that that's kind of the point of the BRT, is trying to find a place where we could put a route where it would make people, feel like it was a better deal than getting in their car. And I'm not sure we've got the right route, but I think that that's kind of the goal, the overriding goal of this study.
All right. I guess I'll just say one last time, I would love, Terry, if you could evaluate as part of this, or Parsons could, HOV lanes and what that might include. I mean, that's kind of a traffic demand, a pretty dramatic traffic demand, or, as much as you can was putting a gate in town. But I think we need to continue to explore these things, because traffic is not getting any better. And these are hard conversations that no one wants to have. And I sure don't. I don't like any of these options, but it's going to happen to us. And so the only thing we can control is how we react. Deborah.
I was just going to ask Terry, do you want a vote with official direction to keep looking? Or are you comfortable with kind of the lukewarm, keep looking?
I'm actually okay with a lukewarm head nod. If you guys are, say 75% okay with the direction of the study, we'll keep, Tony's giving me the no, but are you guys, maybe we should have a vote. Deborah's suggesting. So do you want to have a vote, Jonathan?
No. Yeah. I think if a majority of council wants me to have a vote, I'll have a vote.
I don't think you need a vote. I'm just lukewarm on the whole, like what Steve, I agree with Steve Davis. So.
Ultimately, we're going to have this roll out to the community, right? We've had community input, we've had community meetings, we've had a lot of comments, hundreds and hundreds of comments. So at some point, there's going to be option A, B, and C, or 1, 2, or 3, and it's going to be presented to the community for feedback and weigh in. And at that point, we will know. We're not being asked to make a decision, a final decision. The community will be asked to make a decision. And honestly, if that even goes to a vote of the community, if we do something so radical as take out lanes on Grand Avenue or contemplate renting the Rio Grande, we don't have to do that. But I think if we do, then that's not inappropriate. So no one's being asked to make any decision. And if we do this, we're spending $500,000 on this study between us and RAFTA. It's a joint $500,000. Is that right, Deborah? $500,000? Yeah, $500,000. If all we do is just complete it because the money's already committed, and then we just stick it on a shelf, and every couple of years we pull it off, dust it off, and say, maybe we're going to try this little piece of it right now as a pilot project, I think that still has value. So I'm all about not throwing away $500,000 and at least getting something to get dusty on the shelf. That's my opinion. Do I hear anybody that is diametrically opposed to at least completing this study and having options for the community to weigh in on? Steve.
I just have a question about the $500,000. I kind of remember approving this plan at one time, but it's not, the city does not have $500,000 in this. This was a partnership with, and I forget what the percentage was that the city did have in it.
It's roughly split.
Say that again.
I apologize. It's roughly split in half, and it's on the order of 600,000. I don't have the number right in front of me, but REFTA and the city roughly split in half.
And if I could just ask one more question, it also includes parking. Doesn't it have a parking study rolled into it? And it's quite a bit more than just how do we move buses through town, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. We've begun some of the conversations on parking, and these are some of their initial recommendations for parking. And I think we're going to come back to the council with a lot more detail. So
if we're going to
highlight the one loop, because that's what we got a lot of. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, if we're going to vote on something tonight, I I think it's the bus portion of this study. There's certainly a lot of pieces of that study that need to continue and we should continue to focus on. We've all been waiting on this parking study forever. This isn't the first parking study. The last one we got, we put on a shelf and never even read it. Now we have complete parking chaos downtown, and I hesitate to bring up the smoke lot again, which is just a vehicle storage lot. Now people are storing trailers there because that's a convenient place for trailer storage. But I've always been drug along with the carrot saying that, as soon as we finish this next parking study, we'll actually be able to make some meaningful change. And I thought that's what we were buying into when we approved this study. I could really, my vote's no on the bus side of it. So
let's take a vote then. Go ahead, Paula. Sorry.
What are we voting on? I thought we were giving a head nod to, continue forth. Now we're voting on whether or not to continue the study.
No, I think Steve suggested that we continue the study, but we nix the bus portion out of it completely. Is that correct, Steve?
Well, I think that's what we're talking about this evening. We haven't addressed parking studies at all. We're just talking about these bus routes through town and how much time and effort should we spend on continuing, and is the council supportive of continuing to chase that or not? And I think that's the discussion here, isn't it? That's the direction that Terry's looking for, is how much of her time should she dedicate to chasing this bus issue?
And Mr. Mayor, Steve talks about, studies sitting on shelves, and you worked at the city of Aspen in the late 90s. That the city of Aspen and Raf Russ spent hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars on light rail studies that now are worthless and they'll never get done. I mean, if this isn't the direction we're going to go in the near future, why are we continuing to spend all this money? I think is Steve's point with regard to buses. And I think I agree.
Do we get an option to say we're not going to pay for a portion for the bus study?
I think we are already we have a pretty meaningful agreement with RAFTA that I would not necessarily that I wouldn't recommend breaking. But I think Terry really wants to know if we are just barking up the wrong tree and council is completely opposed to this, a majority of council. We just want to know that.
In particular, if they don't participate in the bus study, do they do whatever they want? Doesn't the city of Glenwood need to know to have some participation? Because we're not going to let RAFTA just come in and go, okay, well, RAFTA's decided to do the Rio Grande Trail and we have no voice.
No, and I don't think that they would do that, but I think that that was the original reason for partnering with the study, is that we felt like we had, a lot of mutual interests. I still feel like, the bus is a good way. The BRT is a good way to try and pull vehicles off of Highway 82 in the future. I feel like we're interested. They're interested in parking at their stations. We were interested in parking downtown. So I think we had a partnership there. In addition, we were looking at, intersection operations. If, we were going to make changes along the Grand Avenue corridor, either for buses or for trying to move vehicles more efficiently, we both had an interest there. And, the other part of the study is just pedestrian movements, bicycle pedestrian safety. Are there improvements that could be made there as well? So those are kind of the major elements of the study. And, we've had a conversation today about BRT just because I had so much pushback about the Rio Grande corridor. And so really I wanted to know, from the council's perspective, not shoot out the entire bus analysis, but is there enough opinion about the Rio Grande corridor on the council's side that we shouldn't consider it any longer?
Steve.
Okay, one last comment, I guess. I think it's important to continue to evaluate how to streamline RAFTA through town and move people through town. That being said, leave my downtown alone and leave my trail alone unless they're willing to spend a hell of a lot of money on following with Jonathan's idea of moving the whole trail and, getting the buses away from these homes. And I just don't see that they can do that. I'm pretty closed-minded about this. Yeah, we should move buses and people and they should park in West Glenwood. But leave downtown alone. Leave the Rio Grande Trail alone. That's it.
Okay, guys. So where do you want to go from here? I'm kind of at a loss of direction to even take a vote, but I'm sensing that there's enough support to allow Terry to continue on the path, understanding that we have concerns. Charlie.
I'm going to try a motion. We'll see if it works.
Great.
I move that we provide staff direction that we support the overall concept of the study of getting people through Glenwood Springs on rapid transit. But that is the BRT. But we do not like the current options being discussed, either Grand Avenue or the railroad corridor, and want them to explore more direct routes to West Glenwood.
Second.
Further discussion or questions? I guess I'm not willing to support, just on myself, I'm not willing to support that motion because I don't want to have Parsons or RAF to take out those options, because I think it's important that those be presented to the community in some form. That would be my only reason I wouldn't support what your motion was, Charlie.
No, that's fine. I tried to come up with some kind of consensus for what we were. So I tend to agree with you, Jonathan. I'd rather look at what are our options to get people through town, but let them know we're not real happy with the corridor or taking out a lot of parking in Grand Avenue. That's what I hear us say in general. Just trying to put that in motion. I'm not sure I got that.
Yeah, I just don't want your motion to eliminate them and have them go back tomorrow and go, well, those two options are totally off the table, when there could be, as Steve said, if money is our problem, we don't have problems, because RAFTA has money and hopefully someday we have money again. And if we can grade separate and improve that trail, then we could even get Steve Davis potentially for that. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that both those options are kind of unpalatable for big reasons. They both represent change. I think if you were going to prioritize them, you would probably say the Rio Grande option is the worst of the two. But, are we ready to throw everything out right now, or do we want to keep the conversation rolling? I don't like those two options either, but I wouldn't, foreclose them at the moment. And having said that, I don't see any technological solution that would be coming down the pike anytime soon. We don't have the money that Vail evidently can attract and take their interstate underneath a berm somewhere. It would be nice to do that with 82 and just kind of get Glenwood back to normal, but that won't happen in our lifetimes either. But I just, I don't know about the timing of it rolling forward, whether it's time to foreclose options. So, I probably wouldn't support Charlie's original motion, but I don't even know what a substitute motion would look like right now. And so maybe, if their time is not of the essence, maybe it's something that we bring back at the next meeting. if, you want to take a vote tonight, maybe it's just that tepid sort of image that Jonathan had. And, I hate studying things to death. I hate spending money studying things to death. But on the other hand, I don't want to be completely cynical about them either, because I think that this is an issue that has to be resolved in some way. I mean, 2040 is not going to look pretty around here. And that's only a scant 2 decades away. So I don't think I've helped anything here, but I probably wouldn't support, foreclosing the options right now.
You're still here?
Thanks.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, my last comment, swear to God. I think the motion and the second is just really to express that we are extremely reluctant on the options as we've seen them. And I think we need to make that message clear to RAFTA. Yeah, if they came back and said, we could build a Boston tunnel down the Rio Grande corridor and the buses would all disappear because they were underground or who knows what, we're certainly open-minded to that. And building us a new river trail, I'd be open-minded to that. But the options that we were seeing, and I think the options that are actually realistic for them to consider, we're extremely reluctant.
Paula.
This just does not feel like a vote thing right now. This feels like a direction for Terry. And let's just, rather than voting on this or not, to me, it's too restricted for Terry's purpose. And maybe I'm misreading it, but if I was Terry, I would feel like it's an all or nothing kind of thing at this point, what's being recommended. And I would rather see her have some leeway in moving and talking with these people and go bring something back to the table. This isn't something else back to the table. This isn't it.
And Paul, I'm happy to withdraw my motion because I don't like my motion either. So I'll probably vote against my own motion.
Deborah, I feel if I may kind of coming on.
Yes, if I may, I think it's fine. Terry probably she's heard all your concerns. I think we still have heard that a majority of council wants us to keep going, even if you don't love it. It's 10:30 at night. I think we can take that.
Steve, will you withdraw the second on the motion?
Yeah, if you've withdrawn your motion, I'll withdraw my second.
I'll withdraw the motion.
All right, that's a pretty rousing show of support. But Terry, if you expected a whole lot more, I think you had too high of expectations.
Public doesn't.
I didn't really. So I'm happy with what I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And please tell RAFTA and Parsons we appreciate the work that they're putting in. This is not easy, and they know it, and we're all working on this together. So. All right, next item on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, the MOVE study was a 10-minute agenda item, and now it's 10:30 at night. I had lengthy interviews with the Historic Preservation Commission applicants, and that's the next item. I mean, if you would there's only 4 spots, and there's 4 of them applying, but 2 of them have been on the board. One of them sits on P&Z already, so you raised all those concerns that took about an hour at the beginning of the meeting. So maybe you want to continue this unless it has to be done tonight and you just want to approve all 4. I'm fine with that. I can tell you briefly what they said.
No, I think you're right, Tony. I think it's pretty late tonight. I'm fine if there's not if it's not mission critical. I think we should kick that to the next meeting if you're amenable to that.
But I have a lot of notes from my interviews with them, which I could tell you or not.
No, I appreciate that. I would like, if that's something you'd like to share with us at the next meeting, that'd be great. So as long as everybody else is okay with continuing that to the next meeting, let's put that on the next agenda.
You need a motion for that, Mr. Hanlon? No.
Yes, please.
Oh, I would make a motion to, as board liaison to the HPC to continue item number 19, appointment of boards of commissions, discussion and or action to the next city council meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Let's
All
put it
right.
earlier on the meeting though, so we get it done.
Yeah. Think we can do that. Report from city administration, city manager, Boy Scout trail cleanup.
Okay, I just wanted to let you guys know that we're moving forward with Roaring Fork outdoor volunteers to do a cleanup of Boy Scout Trail. It's going to cost about $9,000. We've identified funding, and I just know that was something that was near and dear to, but especially Rick's heart, and just wanted to let you know we were going to get it done. That's all I got.
City property?
The what?
Is that on city property?
I think part of it is, and I think that's what we would focus on. But probably some of it is not. I'm sure some private property, county property will also get cleaned up, but I know it's important for residents.
Deborah,
Go ahead, Steve.
are these volunteers or subcontractors or city staff, or who's doing that?
I think all of the above. So some volunteers, we will train them. We will have ECOS helping us. I think some city staff will be there, and we'll go through training procedures and try to keep everybody safe.
Okay.
That's how we're going through.
I've got a fully functionable dump trailer that you're welcome to use. Hydraulic.
I got a fully functioning back as well. So Deborah, when you get a date for that, will you please let us know? And I'd like to volunteer for that.
As long as Brian reminds me, yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Deborah?
I am good. Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you. Carl.
Given the hour, I don't think so.
Okay. Any incoming, outgoing correspondence? Nothing's on there. All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Been moved by and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye and or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
No,
Any,
yes, I'm kidding. Bye.
any opposed? No. All right. Motion carries. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.